All right. We are live. Welcome in, everyone. We've got Cy, Deathful, Axel T, Dragon Knight, Dragonborn, Blood Video Company, Poigrester. Welcome in, everyone. How are you doing? If you haven't yet, please make sure to drop a like on the video. It helps out a lot. Also, if you will take a look at the top right of your screen, there is a little donation indicator that is currently at 305 of 500, and that is going toward new channel art. I'm going to be having Glooby, who drew this wonderful little PNG fish right here. I'm going to be having them draw some more poses for me, as well as doing some channel animation. So if you feel so inclined to help out the channel, if you want to give me some money, that will be going right back into the channel to help make it look better. I will be able to do more poses. I won't just be limited to this this little stock fishy guy. But the donation link is in the description below. There is also, I have, as of last week, I am in the YouTube Partner Program, so I now do have channel memberships. I've got 2 tiers. The first tier gives you access to an assortment of emotes. Here, let me just post those in chat. Yeah, you get those emotes. And that's for the $3 tier. And then the $7 tier gives you immediate access to any of my scheduled videos. I've got videos scheduled out a couple weeks out. But if you join on the $7 tier, you get access to those videos right away. Don't have to wait for them to come out as scheduled. Anyway, how are you all doing today? We have quite a bit to discuss. We've got the SAG-AFTRA contract to go over. That will take quite a bit, I imagine, because I remember the first time I went over just all of their everything that they were asking and the AMPTP's response. That was like an hour long. So we're going to have a lot to go over, especially with there's like concerns about the AI provisions in that contract. Got a couple other stories as well. We've got reviews to do this week. I saw the films Priscilla, It's a Wonderful Knife, and The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, as well as reviews of the latest episodes of For All Mankind and Invincible. But I saw somebody, here, let me scroll up, who was asking me about the Madam Web trailer. Yeah, that was Axel T. Okay, yeah, so I watched the Madam Web trailer. I saw a lot of people were making fun of it, and I think it doesn't look bad so much as it just kind of looks meh. Like, in terms of the Sony Spider-Man adjacent property trailers that I've seen, there have been much worse looking projects. Like Morbius always looked awful. The Kraven the Hunter trailer looks really, really bad. This one, it looks like it's a little bit of a lower budget thing because it looks like none of the characters are actually going to be like in their spider suits. Like, we get little glimpses of their spider suits, but I'm guessing that's just like a vision of the future when they all become Spider Women or whatnot. It looks like it's probably mostly going to be... There was a Nicolas Cage movie that I'm trying to remember the name of, but it was one where he basically was able to see in advance like 2 minutes into the future, and it looks like this is it looks like Madam Web is getting a similar power here. Axel T says, I think we're one step closer to getting Spider-Man in the Sony Spider-Man universe. So I was hearing rumors. I don't know the veracity of them or anything like that, but I was hearing that Spider-Man 4 is probably going to bridge the gap between the MCU and the Sony Spider-Man universe. Which we've already seen, you know, a bit of that because during the events of No Way Home, Venom was brought over into the MCU for, like, you know, just so that he could get drunk at a bar. He wasn't even showing up for the fights or anything like that. But we know it. We know they're in the same multiverse already. So it's just a matter of what are they going to do to bridge those. Um, and like, I don't know, it's the whole multiverse thing. It kind of puts everything in a weird situation. Like, I remember when the CW verse was first building up, the Arrowverse, like Supergirl was in a separate universe than the other shows, and that was because Supergirl for its first season was not on the CW, it was actually on CBS. And so when they had a crossover with Flash and Supergirl, like, they actually had him go over to another universe because it was, at the time, on a different network. But that posed problems for future whenever they wanted to have a team up with Supergirl and anybody else. They had to be like, okay, so we have to do some universal hopping shenanigans to get them together. And like, I think I stopped watching the CW verse like right before they did their Crisis on Infinite Earths storyline, which I'm pretty sure ended with them merging all the universes into a single like Prime universe, so that Supergirl didn't have to like be ghettoed off into her own universe separate from the rest of them. And it feels like that's kind of what they're gonna have to do with Spider-Man. If they want to have all of these Spider-Man adjacent characters actually interact with their current Spider-Man, is Tobey Maguire. Sorry, not Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire is old. Sorry, Tom Holland. They both start with a T. Yeah, if they want all of these people to be like with the Tom Holland Spider-Man, it's going to be really difficult. Like, are they going to bring all of these people over into the MCU, or is Tom Holland going to be pulled out of the MCU and go into this? Like, I don't even know. Or are they going to merge them? If so, then like, the Sony movies, is like Kevin Feige gonna have to sign off on those because they're like, oh yeah, we want this movie set in the MCU. It's a mess, and it's a mess because Sony owns the film rights to Spider-Man. It's kind of the only property that Disney doesn't own the rights to still. And so, you know, they've been able to have a working relationship with Sony so that they can share the character, but like, Sony knows that holding the rights to Spider-Man is like basically their only cash cow at this point. They haven't had a lot of success with other film franchises, so they're not giving up Spider-Man anytime soon. Do I think Madam Web will turn Ezekiel Sims into a joke? So, I'm not even really familiar with the character of Ezekiel Sims. I know he was introduced around the time that they were like, when, what was it, Moreland, the guy who hunted spider people from different universes, like, when he, like, briefly killed Spider-Man in the comics before Spider-Man had, like, a resurrection where he got, like, new powers, like, he got, like, spikes that were coming out of his wrists that had venom in them and stuff like that. Because I feel like he was probably part of that storyline, which I didn't read all of that storyline. I read some of it, just because, like, I just came across one of the issues and read that one. But I don't really know much about Ezekiel Sims himself. In Across the Spider-Verse, the Spider Therapist was a version of Ezekiel Sims. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm not really familiar with his character. And it's also my understanding that this version of Madam Web isn't the original Madam Web anyway, because original Madam Web is supposed to be like a much older character. Like, most of what I know about Madam Web comes from the 90s Spider-Man cartoon, where she was just kind of this mystical force who could, you know, give Spider-Man like cryptic messages and like you know, give him little tiny hints here and there. You know, she's just the wise but mysterious advisor. So it's my understanding that I think in the comics too, they have since had a second Madam Web. So, and how many Spider Women have there been? Like I like. The trailer basically makes it look like all of the women who are teaming up, they're like all going to be Spider-Woman, and that's why Ezekiel Sims is showing up as like this like his costume in this one, he's like an evil Spider-Man looking guy, and he's just going there to, you know, kill them all before they become Spider-Women, is kind of what the trailer implies. I don't know what's going on there. Axel T says, was the 90s Spider-Man cartoon the first Spider-Verse? You know, I'm not sure about that. I have to imagine they were doing some multiversal stuff. I mean, they'd already been doing multiversal stuff in the comics before then. I just don't know if that was like the first time where they really had like all these different versions of Spider-Man all interacting. It might have been, because that was kind of the finale. I mean, like for the 90s Spider-Man cartoon, they did kind of like do a Secret Wars kind of a wrap-up thing, going into like a Spider-Verse kind of a thing. But it's been a while since I've watched that show too. What are my thoughts on the Super Mario RPG remake on the Switch? You're excited to get it when you get the money for it. I've never played Super Mario RPG. I haven't really looked too much into it myself. It's not really, like I said, I never played it, so I know a lot of people are excited about it, but doesn't seem like I might play it. I don't know. Axel says, I think Madam Web might replace Venom as the main character in the Sony Spider-Man universe. I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that. Venom is an actually popular character. Madam Web, the trailer doesn't look like it's going to draw any kind of like real audience attention. I don't think so. I think it will probably underperform. I mean, they're releasing it in what, February or March, so that already sounds to me like they don't have a lot of confidence in the product. Yeah, I don't see her as being the main character. No, I think Venom, whoever is the main character, is going to be whoever makes the most money for them. That's why Iron Man became like the main character of the MCU. It wasn't because Tony Stark's the most important character in Marvel Comics. It's because Tony Stark became very, very popular with audiences. So no, I don't think we're going to be seeing anything like that. Blood Video Company says, genuinely how stupid and convoluted Spider-Man lore has gotten. Like, there's 20 different Spider-Mans and thousands of different Spider-People, and it's so convoluted. I mean, well, that's the reason why we have the Spider-Verse franchise to begin with, because they just keep telling new stories. And we're going to be getting another one, because they're redoing the Ultimate Universe. I'm guessing this is a new Ultimate Universe, because they're going to be having an older Peter Parker as Spider-Man in Ultimate Spider-Man now. Like, he's a dad and he's got kids now. So like him and MJ have a family, and I'm guessing they're kind of basing that Spider-Man on like the Peter B. Parker version of him from the Spider-Verse films, maybe. It should be interesting. Hang on. I need water. And I should probably also, now that I've had a little bit of warm-up with just talking about Spider-Man and all of that fun stuff, why don't we get into some of our topics? Does Marvel are even bad at doing capitalism? I don't know about that. I think Marvel's pretty good at doing capitalism. Sure, the later, the more recent like MCU properties have kind of underperformed, but like Marvel basically dominated the box office for all of the 2010s, so I think they're doing pretty well for capitalism. But yeah, it's great that we're able to talk about all of this stuff being developed and coming out, because well, with the strike over, actors are back to work, and we get to find out, we get to see like new set photos, stuff coming out, and I really want to look at like covering some of that stuff, movie rumors and stuff like that. But that sounds like honestly a good time for me to get this first topic going. So let's begin, shall we? So last time I covered this topic, they were just announcing the SAG-AFTRA contract details. They hadn't put out the full contract for everyone to see yet. I had gone live like literally an hour after they had done their like live stream press conference for it. And so now that it's a week later, we can see the actual summary of the tentative agreement, and there have been concerns about the AI provisions in the contract. So I figure, why don't we go ahead and go over it all and see what people are saying. So here we have the summary of tentative agreement, and this is a, what is this? Oops. Wrong button. Sorry. This is a 17-page 17-page document. So we'll have quite a bit to go over. I'm probably going to skim over a bunch of this because a lot of it is just going to be like, legalese and like, just numbers and stuff like that. But for stuff that's relevant, we can go over that. So first, we got the scope, terms, and wages. The following terms describe the tentative agreements reached for successor agreements to the 2020 Producer SAG-AFTRA Codified Basic Agreement, and the 2020 SAG-AFTRA Television Agreement. Hereafter, collectively, the agreements. The agreements cover theatrical motion pictures and scripted dramatic content produced for television and new media platforms. Right, so SAG-AFTRA and the AMPTP have multiple contracts with each other for different works, like animation, for example, is a separate contract. So this one is specifically for live action television and theatrical acting. That's also why like you had reality TV and like talk shows. Those are on a separate contract. This is what this one is for. The successor agreements go into effect November 9th, 2023. So that was pretty much right when they announced the end of the strike. And continue through June 30th, 2026, in which case we'll probably go over all this again. Hopefully not to the point where they need to do another strike, but they've got the contract, so anyway. And then minimums. This was a big one that they were talking about. Minimums shall increase by 7% effective November 9th. By another 4% effective July 1st, 2024, and by another 3.5% effective July 1st, 2025. And these minimums, it's the minimum rates that they're paying everyone. So, like, this is the actor's minimum wage. And these percentage increases are above what the writers got in their contract. So this is one way that they made out ahead. Now, when we went over the writer's contract, they got basically everything they were asking for. And that's really not the case here with the SAG-AFTRA agreement. There's a lot of compromises that we're going to see that were made in terms of getting an AI agreement, and that's where most of the controversy comes in. So because of that, here we've got the artificial intelligence. It's right up front, but I actually want to come back to that. Let's go take a look at what some of the other stuff that they've done first. That way we can go back to the AI agreement because that's probably going to be where most of the concern is. So let's jump ahead. There's a streaming bonus for high-budget SVOD programs and streaming payment distribution fund. This was one of the big things that Fran Drescher was talking about, is that they needed to get a new source of revenue for the actors. And this is basically another form of residuals based on partially based on performance, but also there is another pot that just gets distributed to basically everybody, regardless of how well their show performed, so long as it was on a streaming service. And so the streaming bonus for high-budget SVOD seasons of series, miniseries, and long-form pictures that have initial exhibition on or after January 1st. A success payment shall be due if the viewing time in the first 90 days of each exhibition year is equivalent to the production being watched by 20% or more of the domestic subscribers to the SVOD service. Now, 20%, that's quite a lot. Like, are they judging that based on 20% of people who logged into the service that month, or 20% of all subscribers? Because if it's 20% of all subscribers, there are people who have the subscription but haven't been watching anything. And if they get counted as non-watchers, that's gonna screw over a lot of actors. The total domestic streaming hours over the first 90 exhibition days is divided by the total runtime of the picture, parts, or episodes of a season to determine the domestic views. The success metric is calculated by dividing the domestic views by the total number of domestic subscribers. If the result is a figure greater than or equal to 0.2, the bonus is paid on that program. The bonus shall be equal to 100% of the applicable fixed HB SVOD residual payable for the application. Yeah, okay, like I said, a lot of this is going to be legalese, but what it is 75% of the bonus money plus applicable benefit fund contributions will be paid directly to the performers whose pictures triggered the payment. And then the streaming payment distribution fund, this is the big thing. Subject to legal review and subject to certain conditions, the parties will create a jointly trusteed fund to administer additional payments as streaming bonuses to be paid to performers on motion pictures made for initial exhibition on SVOD services, using a distribution methodology to be determined by the trustees. So this fund has been created, and they tabled the discussion of how it's going to be paid out for a later date. But Fran Drescher said that what she was concerned about is getting this started. She didn't want the perfect to become the enemy of the good, and so they don't know yet how the 25% is going to be distributed, other than 75% of the bonuses go toward the high-performing shows, and 25% goes into a fund that they can jointly decide how they're going to distribute that toward other actors on the service. Yeah, the trustees to the fund shall adopt distribution guidelines that will govern the payment of fund monies to performers. Payment is due 60 days after the end of the quarter in which the 90-day measuring period for domestic views is complete. It's due 60 days, but Hollywood is notorious for for being delinquent on payments, so we'll see how that one holds up. But and residuals, advance payment of residuals for contracts entered into on or after the first Sunday, that is 1 year after the AMPTP receives notice of ratification. The salary above which advance payment of residuals is allowed shall increase to $9,500 from $8,000 for primetime reruns of a half-hour show, $12,500 from $11,000 for primetime reruns of a 1 hour or longer show, and $11,000 from $9,500 for other residuals. The salary above which advance payment of residuals is allowed. Okay. So I think this is, advance payment of residuals is allowed if you are making, honestly, it's kind of hard. Like, I don't know all of the details on this one, but it sounds like, okay, so for contracts entered into on or after the first Sunday, the 60 days after the AMPTP receives notice of ratification, any advance payment of residuals must be set forth in a separate rider or other separate writing signed by the performer, stating the amount of the advance payment of residuals for contracts entered into on or after the first Sunday, 60 days after the AMPTP, blah, 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 blah. All advance paid residuals shall be delivered to the union for processing and forwarding to performers. If a performer has agreed to direct deposit for initial compensation, advance residuals may be included with direct deposit payment of initial compensation, but details of advance pay for such performers must be included with the reporting provided when residuals are due and paid to the rest of the cast. Yeah, the residual payment, honestly, let me just skim through the residual payment. It looks, this is mostly just numbers, and increases to when people are getting upfront residual payments. So there's data transparency. Commencing with the first calendar quarter after the AMPTP receives notice of ratification and subject to a confidentiality agreement. This was one of the things that was kind of a compromise. Producers shall provide the following information for all covered high-budget SVOD programs. 1. The total number of hours streamed on their related/affiliated SVOD service in the United States and Canada during the preceding calendar quarter. 2. The total number of hours streamed outside the US and Canada during the preceding calendar quarter, to the extent such information is available to the rated and related affiliated SVOD service. And 3. The running time of the high-budget SVOD program. So Hollywood has been very secretive, or in particular, the streaming sites have been very secretive about their streaming data. Like Netflix has been notoriously tight-lipped. Like they're, back when everything was just on TV, we had the Nielsen ratings to go on to know how popular a show is. But in the streaming area with Netflix, because Netflix doesn't show numbers on how many people watched a show, a lot of that stuff has to just be kind of estimated. And there's a lot of people who are like, well, I have no idea how well my show is doing on Netflix because they won't tell me. And the actors wanted just, full transparency on this, like, just open up Netflix so that everyone knows what the ratings on everything are. But it sounds like the best that they were able to do was to say, okay, we will let the guild see that information so long as it remains confidential. So they don't want to make it public, and it sounds like they're limited on what they're actually showing them. So this was a compromise. This was not what they were going for, but it gives them some access to it. Promotional runs of network TV on linear TV modify this provision to be available. Okay, so that's just... yeah, again, a lot of this is going to be less interesting, but limited theatrical exhibition under TV. Renew the sunset that allows for gross receipts-based residual and add one-time high-budget SVOD picture, 66 minutes or more in length, to the types of productions that can utilize this provision. Increase the distributor's foreign gross thresholds by 3%. New media inspections will be conducted on an annual rather than semi-annual basis on 30 rather than 10 days notice, and access to agreements may be provided remotely or over the internet, such as through a secured link or digital locker. I don't even know what a new media inspection is. The network primetime rerun ceilings and other residuals formulas not mentioned above remain the same as 2020. Okay, so these are residual formulas that were not changed from the last contract. Okay. Anyway, yeah, like I said, so that was the residuals thing, so that was going to be a lot of like numbers and figures and not the most interesting thing. But casting, self-tape, and virtual interviews and auditions creates a comprehensive set of rules around self-tapes and virtual interviews and auditions. This was one of the things that they were going for. When a performer is invited to submit a self-tape, breakdowns, sides, and or scripts shall be provided no less than 48 hours prior to the submission deadline, excluding weekends and holidays. This is increased to 72 hours for minors. These deadlines do not apply if casting deadlines do not permit, e.g. casting a newly added role or a replacement. Producer will endeavor to respond to inquiries from a performer whether the role has already been cast. Endeavor to respond, that's not binding. Yeah, that's this is nothing. Producer will endeavor to respond. Yeah, that's not actually binding them to respond. Performer may not be asked to perform more than 8 industry standard pages for a first self-tape or 12 industry standard pages for a second or subsequent callback. Performers with disabilities may request reasonable accommodations for materials in a format accessible to the performer. Performer may not be asked to memorize any materials nor prohibited from holding sides or using a prompting device. Okay, that's good. Yeah, if you're, because again, these are audition processes, so like you're already asking them to do labor for free in order to consider them for the job. And like, yeah, that's kind of what interviews always are, but there have been concerns that basically the studios have been treating the audition process as just getting a bunch of free labor from these people and expecting them to have everything memorized. And yeah, it's a job interview. You shouldn't be extracting a bunch of free labor from them. No compensation is due for a self-tape as defined in this provision. Performer may not be asked to record at a resolution higher than 720p, nor use any uploading or delivery site that is not free, nor asked to use any editing software or specific equipment. That's good. Yeah, they're actors, they are not studios. They should be able to film this on their phone. producer may only request the following in a slate: name, height, city of residence, current location, age and birthday for minors, information about special skills, and a head and shoulders and or full body shot in portrait orientation. Performer may not be requested to appear nude or while wearing attire more revealing than a bathing suit that could be worn at a public pool. That's good. Performer may not be requested to perform stunts. For dancers, producer shall supply any music or sound required. Producer shall supply choreography which may not exceed 4 8-beat counts, must be able to be performed in an 8x8x8 foot indoor space, and performer may only be requested to provide a solo performance. Self-tapes must be stored in a secure facility system only accessible by persons with a legitimate business purpose. Producer may not make the self-tape publicly available without the consent of the performer at the time of use. Producer must also provide opportunities to interview virtually or in person on a first-come, first-served basis with accommodations for performers with disabilities, senior performers, and minors. And provisions related to sign-in sheets do not apply. I don't know what that means, but basically new guidelines for how the self-tape and virtual interview and audition process works. Oh, yeah, here we are. Now we got the virtual interviews and auditions. Producer will endeavor to respond to inquiries from a performer regarding whether the role has already been cast. Oh, wait, sorry. I already read that part. Did I? No, I did not read all that part. There's, it looks like a lot of this is repeated from the first section. Yeah, like I said, endeavor to respond. That's not binding. 720. Don't have to memorize. If performer is required to memorize lines in advance, compensation shall be due per the applicable provisions of the schedules. So if they are required to have memorized lines before they go in for a reading, they get paid for that. Where are we going? Yeah, again, a lot of this is just repeated from the previous ones. Yeah, this is all basically repeated from the self-tape. General casting calls. When a producer conducts a casting call, performers may not be charged a fee to access the casting notice or information related to casting call, and may not be charged a fee to upload a self-tape or otherwise submit themselves for the role being cast. Producers may not give preferential treatments to a performer on the basis of whether they have paid a fee to a casting service, and the union and the AMPTP will meet during the term to discuss differences in rates offered to performers for roles in various geographic markets. Okay, so like I said, a lot of this is... Yeah, we're going to skim through some of the rest of this. They've increased the pension and health cap. Contribution ceiling for half-hour TV or new media motion pictures increases from $1,500 to $15,000 to $25,000. Now, for the pension and health thing, I've actually got a thread from Anthony Rapp, who is an actor on Star Trek Discovery, and he was also part of the negotiating committee, and he has a little bit more to say about the pension and health contributions, because this is a very short segment, but Anthony Rapp explains it a lot better. So here we go. One of the provisions of our new contract that I'm especially proud we achieved isn't as easily digestible as other provisions, but it's so important, increasing the caps or ceilings on pension and health contributions. I'll do my best to explain the wonky details. For more than 40 years, if you made more than a certain amount per episode of work in episodic TV, including for streaming services, the studios would stop contributing monies into our pension and health fund for any dollar made over that cap or ceiling. For instance, say a guest star in a sitcom was paid $5,000 for their work, then over the course of the following years made another $10,000 in residuals, the producers would pay the requisite contributions into our P&H fund, which helps that performer qualify for insurance, and which helped fund the P&H fund for all other performers. But on any money made after that threshold, no additional monies went to P&H. This limitation made it harder for performers to qualify for coverage, and it put more strain on the P&H fund overall. When I first entered union service 2 years ago, I was horrified to learn that these caps hadn't been increased in over 40 years. Moreover, I was told that the AMPTP had been utterly intransigent in even considering increasing them. I was briefed on these facts alongside Fran, who was also new to union service and, like me, was being educated on our contracts and our negotiating history as we ran for our respective elections. We were both galvanized by this information and pledged to do something about it, so it's extremely important and meaningful that the caps are significantly increased, from 15,000 to 25,000 per half-hour episode and from 25,000 to 35,000 per one-hour episode, which will help shore up our overall P&H fund and will which help our members qualify for coverage more easily. I know this subject may seem confusing, and I fully recognize I'm talking about large sums of money, but bear in mind that we continue to earn residuals for work we've done 5, 10, 20, 30 years ago, and some of those earnings that didn't help us qualify for health care before now can. It's but one of many significant breakthroughs we achieved in our new contract, and it's about one which I'm particularly proud. I'm more than happy to answer any questions about this and other provisions to the best of my ability. Yeah, so Anthony Rapp explains that pretty well, but now in an ideal world, we would have, single payer healthcare for everyone so that we wouldn't need so much on this, but this isn't just the health fund, this is also the pension fund. So having a higher cap on how much the residuals can go into that fund is going to help actors with a body of work build up more contributions to their health care and their pension fund. So that's a pretty good one. Okay, now we've got performance capture. The producers have confirmed that performance capture services are covered work in live-action theatrical and television motion pictures, as well as animated theatrical motion pictures, subject to the following conditions. This is the first time that performance capture, I think, has been explicitly stated in the contract, which is wild because performance capture has been around for 20 years. It's been around since, Lord of the Rings, since Andy Serkis. So it's good that it is now officially codified as covered work. A performance capture actor is a performer who is employed to provide facial emotional expressions and body movements as part of a dramatic performance that is directed by a director, including second unit directors, and is intended to be incorporated into digitally created characters appearing in the motion picture. Performance capture, blah blah blah. We know what performance capture is. We've all seen the behind the scenes stuff from the Lord of the Rings. We know who Andy Serkis is. We know that he played the monkeys in the Monkey movie. We know what the green morph suit with the tennis balls looks like. So this is just codifying that performance capture counts under this contract. Most of this is just defining terms on it. So it's finally in there, and it says this provision replaces the performance capture provision in the Netflix agreement. So it looks like they had a separate one for the Netflix agreement, but now it's just in there. Schedule F and other schedule breaks. So I don't know what Schedule F is. This looks like this is more payment stuff. We'll skip that. It looks like increases to payments for series regulars and shows. A lot of this is just going to be increased payment. I think, like I said, I'm just gonna glance past this. Yeah. What is this? Franchise projects. Yeah, no, this is all stuff that's not really relevant. So skipping ahead. High budget AVOD. What is an AVOD? Because I know VOD is video on demand. I think it's advertisement video on demand. So it's like, actually, I don't even know. Yeah, again, I'm skipping over that. We've got wage increases for background actors. Background counts. Increase the number of background actors to which Schedule X Part 1 applies as follows. From 22, excluding swimmers, skaters, and dancers, but including certain stand-ins, to 25 on television motion pictures. And from 57 to 85 on theatrical motion pictures. So television, motion pictures. Okay, so this looks like it increases the amount of work for background actors. I think it basically has like a minimum amount of like paid background work per production. I think that's what that is. And there's increases for stand-in as rehearsal actor. Stand-ins engaged on half-hour multi-camera series who are required to rehearse and or perform, whether on or off book, in the role of a cast member with other cast members during any run-through, will receive an adjustment of $150 for the day. So if they're, just reading lines for the other people, they get $150 for that day. Okay. Photo doubling. Background actors required to do photo doubling and memorize and deliver scripted dialogue on camera will receive an adjustment of $150 for the day. So basically the same as that. And tolling of late penalties. Clarify that under Schedules X Part 2, if there's a dispute over the amount due to a background actor and the undisputed amount is paid on time, late payment will not accrue during the pendency of a bona fide dispute. I don't know what that means. Stunt coordinators, fixed residual. Stunt coordinators working on television and new media pictures who do not perform on-camera stunts will participate in residuals as a day player for television reruns, high-budget SVOD residuals, and certain other exhibitions such as foreign free television. So they will participate in residuals as a day player. So, I'm guessing that this is like separate from. Oh, I see. Okay, stunt coordinators, not stunt performers. Okay, so stunt coordinators, the people who choreograph stunts and everything like that. They're getting residuals for their work on this show. That sounds pretty good. Singers vocal contractor fee to be paid on top of any multi-tracking and or sweetening. Singers who are required to dance, whether in rehearsals or on camera, receive 25% additional of the applicable dancer rate. And I think, likewise for dancers, they get that if they're required to sing or lip sync. There's no separate rehearsal rate for dancers. Rehearsal rate for dancers is now identical to on-camera rate, which is good. Honestly, I would say that for dancing, especially rehearsals, I would probably pay higher than on camera because rehearsals tend to be a lot more strenuous than the actual performance because you're going to be doing that on a you're going to be doing things more often. For the performance, you got it once and then you're done. In rehearsal, you're doing it over and over and over again, and you're still learning it, so there's more possibilities for accidental injuries to happen as you are coordinating with everyone and learning the dances. So, yeah, it's good that it's at least the same as on camera, but I would argue that rehearsals should be paid more. Producer to make best efforts to ensure dancers access to a warm-up holding room that is adjacent to set. That means nothing. Best efforts doesn't mean anything. Best efforts means, I looked, I couldn't find a room for you. Sorry, guys. Did my best effort. Holidays, effective January 1st. Oh, and I see Axel says, are you going to play Mario Wonder after you're done with your topics? Yep, I'm going to play some Mario Wonder after that. So, but yeah, effective January 1st, Martin Luther King Jr. Day and Juneteenth are added as contractual holidays. And the winter holiday hiatus may be up to 2 weeks and 2 days. The union will consider waivers to extend the winter holiday hiatus to up to 3 weeks. All right, now we've got equity and inclusion. Protected access to healthcare subject to legal review. The parties will recommend to the trustees of the IAC-AFTRA award a grant to the Entertainment Community Fund for the purpose of creating or expanding a travel benefit that would reimburse the cost of travel to states where gender-affirming healthcare services and or reproductive healthcare services are available for any SAG-AFTRA covered performer or SAG-AFTRA covered background actor who does not qualify for benefits under the SAG-AFTRA health plan and who is working under the Codified Basic Agreement or the Television Agreement in a jurisdiction where access to such care is limited or prohibited. This is big. This means that if you are, say, a trans actor and you need access to trans healthcare, but they are filming in a state in which that care is restricted, they are this creates a benefit that would reimburse the cost to them to travel to, say, an adjacent state where that care is allowed. I know a lot of Marvel stuff is produced in Atlanta and Georgia. That's in the South. I know, like, Georgia had a bit of a blue wave going with it in 2022, but it's still part of the South. I don't know exactly where Georgia stands currently on trans healthcare, but I do know surrounding states, particularly Florida, are really bad for that. So having here say, okay, well, we got to film in the South, you're cast for this and you're filming in the South, giving them a travel benefit. So say maybe on weekends they can fly home and visit their doctor, and this gets covered for them. That would be good. The parties will recommend to the trustees of the SAG-AFTRA health plan to expand the current travel benefit related to reproductive health care to cover gender-affirming care. Yeah. Translation. A performer may not be required to translate their own dialogue at any time, in addition to the current prohibition on translating other performers' dialogue at any time, including in connection with auditions, interviews, tests, but producers may bargain separately with performer to provide such non-covered services. Stunt doubling. If a producer is unable to find a qualified stunt performer to double a performer that bears a sufficient likeness to the performer for whom they are doubling, the stunt coordinator shall notify and consult with the union to identify additional sources for qualified stunt performers. Only the producer's obligation to engage in the consultation shall be arbitrable, not the ultimate hiring decision. In addition, the language addressing diversity hiring practices for stunt doubles has been revised for legal reasons to obligate producers to endeavor to hire stunt doubles who bear a sufficient likeness to the principal, as opposed to stunt doubles of the same race, sex, etc. Okay, so instead of obligating them to say you have to hire somebody of the same race and sex, you have to hire somebody who bears a sufficient likeness, is what the current is what they changed the legal wording to. I'm assuming that's for issues of having racial requirements as part of a hiring thing could be a problem. I don't know all the details on that, but hair and makeup. Each principal performer shall be given the opportunity to meaningfully consult regarding any hair and makeup needs so that production is prepared to work with the performer, including having appropriate hair and makeup products and equipment. If the producer is unable to provide qualified hair and or makeup personnel to work with the performer, production shall reimburse the performer for the pre-approved cost of obtaining such services. The performer will also be entitled to no less than 2 hours of compensation for the time spent in such services. Right, okay. So this is basically the AMPTP attempting to commit to making sure that people with say black performers with natural hairstyles, having hairstylists and makeup artists who know how to work with them. And the parties will add a side letter to the agreement reflecting a commitment to meet with IATSE to discuss efforts to expand and maintain the pool of hairstylists and makeup artists who are qualified and available to work with people of all races. Of all races and ethnicities. The parties will also recommend to the trustees of the IACF to fund training of hairstylists and makeup artists to acquire the skills necessary to work with all hair textures and skin tones. Self-identification data. The parties agree to share aggregated diversity statistics once per year upon request. Gender-neutral language. The agreements will be updated to include gender-neutral language such as employee or individual, provided that such updates do not result in grammatical errors or substantive changes. And casting data reports eliminates the requirement to provide casting data reports. I don't know what that applies to, so. Sexual harassment prevention. This is a big one. Intimacy coordinators. Producer must use best efforts to engage an intimacy coordinator for scenes involving nudity or simulated sex, and will consider in good faith any request by a performer to engage an intimacy coordinator for other scenes. Producers shall not retaliate against a performer for requesting an intimacy coordinator. Blood Video says, like, so are we going through the don't do racism part? We kind of went through that a little bit. Right now we're going through the don't do sexual harassment part, which means the intimacy coordinators. So if you don't know what an intimacy coordinator is, anytime you are filming a sex scene in Hollywood, an intimacy coordinator is there to, you know, make sure that the performer's needs are being adequately met, that we have, you know, boundaries set and people are in a comfortable place, and you have like safe words and all that other stuff. I don't know all the details about what goes into having an intimacy coordinator, but they're a more recent addition to Hollywood, but they're very, very important when you are filming scenes of a sexual nature. That's a very vulnerable place for an actor to be in, and they want to make sure that they're not being sexually harassed or exploited. Intimacy coordinators are an important part of that. Notification to employees as of the Sunday after the date that is 30. So after a certain time, all of these things that are worded are a little confusing. But producer will provide employees with a copy of its non-discrimination and anti-hair harassment policy, including instructions for reporting violations. Such instructions shall also be on call sheets and visible signage in production areas frequented by employees, including background actors. Such instructions will also be made available to background actors via background casting agencies or electronic voucher applications, as well as on request from the second AD. Background actors for nudity and simulated sex. Updates to Section 17 of Schedule X, Parts 1 and 2, to provide the following protection for background actors in scenes with nudity and simulated sex. Producer will notify the background actor of any nudity or simulated sex expected in the role, if known by producer at the time, prior to an interview or audition. Good, so that it's not sprung on them. They will know ahead of time. The casting notice shall specify any nudity or simulated sex expected in the role and or any nudity required in the interview or audition if known by producer at the time of its issuance. The producer will notify the background actor of any nudity or simulated sex expected in the role if known no later than 48 hours in advance of the background actor's call time on the day the scene is to be shot, unless the background actor is engaged less than 48 hours in advance. In which case they would know at the time that they're being hired. When a producer utilizes a background actor casting agency to hire background actors for a scene which the producer expects will require nudity and or simulated sex of the background actor, producer will provide the background actor casting agency with as much information as possible to the extent known by the producer at the time regarding what will be required of the background actor in the nude and or simulated sex scene, and will instruct the background actor casting agency to communicate this information to prospective background actors prior to booking. The AMPTP will also bulletin background actor casting agencies about these requirements. So just making sure that a role that involves sex is fully... basically, these are all in here to make sure that performers have as much notice ahead of time if a role requires them to do nudity or simulated sex. So that, you know, informed performers. Training. Producers agree to review and revise harassment prevention training programs, as well as recommendation to the CSATF and the DGA training plans that they revise their programs for crew to cover best practices when working on scenes requiring nudity and simulated sex, including handling scenes and situations of a triggering nature in trauma-informed manner. Then we've got other. We've got animal monitoring. This just allows on-set animal monitoring to be conducted by any service mutually agreed upon between the parties. Money breaks, I'm going to skip over. Arbitration. Update the Los Angeles and New York arbitration panels to remove deceased and retired arbitrators. Okay, so I think the arbitration, the list of arbitrators has to be agreed upon by these contracts, and so this is just, yeah. On-screen credit. Producers agree to make reasonable efforts to assist a performer who is unable to obtain from other sources the information needed to correct or add a credit on IMDb. Background actors may contact the applicable background casting agency for such assistance, and the AMPTP will advise the major background casting agencies that they should make reasonable efforts to assist. I don't even know how IMDb works. It's my understanding that it is kind of like a crowdfunded thing. or sorry, not a crowd-funded thing, crowdsourced. Like, it's kind of like a wiki, but like a wiki that has a lot of, industry people working with it. So I don't know exactly how that all works, but it sounds like here they want to make sure that background performers can get their IMDb credits, because I know like a lot of places will just check your IMDb credits to see if you've done any work. So it's helpful to have a page that you can point to so that people can quickly. It's like an actor's LinkedIn. Increasing accidental death and dismemberment insurance coverage amounts. Education of minors. The producer will comply with the terms of general provisions, Section 50D, to provide a set teacher for legally emancipated minors who have not otherwise satisfied the compulsory education laws of the state governing the minor's employment. Background checks for teachers, welfare workers, and similar roles like child labor coordinators. Yeah, this seems like a lot of stuff for working with minors. Producers may require background checks as a condition of employment for anyone that will be working at a location that requires entrants to undergo a background check in order to use the location, such as schools, juvenile detention centers, or airports. Wardrobe cleaning increases the wardrobe cleaning allowances for formal wear from 18 to 27 for principal performers. So are they? Wait. For formal wear, does this mean that they're expecting actors to go and get their own wardrobe dry cleaned? Or, I don't even know, like, maintenance allowance paid for furnishing formal attire, a fur, a national dress costume, a white Palm Beach or tropical suit, a uniform, not police uniform, or period wardrobe from 18. So, okay, these are just, I don't know all the details here, but they increased the cleaning allowances for wardrobe. They've increased per diem. So, first Sunday following ratification to $70 per day, broken down as 14 for breakfast, 21 for lunch, and 35 for dinner. And then 2 years, it'll go up to 75 per day. And a per diem, if you don't know, that is basically cash that performers are given on shooting days. It usually, I think, is part of their total payment amount. I think that's what the per diem comes out of, but this is like before they've given final payouts. It's just, okay, we're shooting on the day, here's money. If you've got downtime and we break for lunch, here you can go get lunch with that. Furnishing reports. Producers will report on amounts paid to performers up to $1 million per picture, effective the first Sunday after the date. That is, I don't know what that is. Residuals reporting, Pride Guild audit, dubbing. Again, like a lot of these are, this is just others. So a lot of these are just little minor things. Renewal of expiring clauses. Yeah, I'm not reading all of that. Updating sick leave waivers. Many jurisdictions across the country have adopted laws requiring employers to provide paid sick leave to employees who work regularly enough to trigger the requirements of the law. Some of these laws allow for the requirement of paid sick leave to be waived in a collective bargaining agreement. Since 2014, the union has agreed, as have the other industry unions, to waive the application of these laws where such waivers are possible. Interesting. The list of waived ordinance was updated in the cycle to include paid sick leave ordinances that have been enacted in the past 3 years. So, so they have waived their sick leave payment requirement. I guess. Yeah, I don't know that I like that one, but that's. If you're sick on a day when you're filming, you're not really getting anything. It's not like you're you'll get that work back later. Like, you're filming days that you need to be filming. So if you're sick that day, they can't film that thing. I guess that's the reasoning behind it. But anyway, oh, and then this is just strike suspension agreement, right? Because they've got the agreement, so they're ending the strike. With all of that out of the way, let's jump back up to the main one. Scrolling. Artificial intelligence. Here we go. Okay. We've gotten through everything else. A lot of that was just, very dry. And some of the languages here is also going to be very dry, but fortunately, we've got other sources that we can look at for it. But here we go. Artificial intelligence. This was one of the things that, when the deal was announced, they said that they had secured huge protections for. But as this came out, and as people who are a little bit more knowledgeable about AI were looking at it, it sounds like the protections may not be as good as people are thinking. So let's go ahead and get into it. Effective date, I don't care about that. Digital replication and alteration of performers. Establishes definitions and coverage for creation, use, and alteration of digital replicas of performance. Creation and use of two types of digital replicas: employment-based digital replicas and independently created digital replicas. And actually, this is going to... There's actually an infographic that explains this part better. Okay, so there's the two different kinds of replicas: the employment-based digital replica and the independently created digital replica. So employment-based is created during a performer's employment with their physical participation and used to portray that performer in scenes they didn't actually shoot. Consent, mandatory consent for performers for creating and using their digital replicas. Consent not obtained before death must be obtained from an authorized representative or the union. Clear contracts with a reasonably specific description of the use and additional consent requirements for use in additional projects. That means that if they want to use it in a second project, they have to get additional consent from you. Now, right here, and some of this language is going to be repeated on the other one, but it must be obtained from an authorized consent not obtained before death must be obtained from an authorized representative or the union. I know that there are concerns with that, in that generally the argument is make a best effort to find a next of kin, somebody who can manage the estate of the actor. But for a lot of people, they're not gonna bother. They're just going to go to the union because the union is allowed. And so I know a lot of actors have been making sure that they have next of kin registered with the union. Either that, or they just basically say to the union, if I am dead, consent is just completely revoked. You can't, SAG-AFTRA does not have the authority to consent on my behalf on this. But we'll get into that more. So compensation. Performers are generally entitled to compensation, including P&H, for the creation and use of the replicas and for use in additional projects or other mediums. Residuals paid for use that would normally generate residuals. So if they've created a replica of you and that replica is acting on scene, in which a regular actor could do the same thing, you're basically getting paid residuals for that kind of a thing. And then the independently created digital replica. Digital replicas created often using existing materials and used to portray the performer in scenes they didn't actually shoot. The consent. Producers are obligated to obtain consent prior to use from the performer. Consents not obtained before death must be obtained from an authorized representative or the union, and clear contracts with a reasonably specific description of the use. Compensation is residuals freely bargained. I don't know if I like that. The freely bargained generally means that there might be some guidelines from the union, but any compensation paid to the performer for use of the independently created digital replica will be subject to pension or retirement and health contributions. Okay. Digital alterations guidelines. Clear and conspicuous consent must be obtained to digitally alter the performer's performance in previously recorded material unless it remains substantially as scripted, performed, and/or recorded. Producers will provide a reasonably specific description of the intended alterations. If lip or facial movements are altered to make it look like a background actor is speaking and dialogue is added, they will be upgraded to a day performer. Regulating artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence, and digital replication of background actors. So up here, I guess, yeah, no, this was also still AI, but a lot of the wording here also applies to just like CGI replicas of people that aren't like, you know, doing the generative AI. But generative artificial intelligence, a subset of artificial intelligence that learns patterns from data and produces content based on those patterns, able to simulate a performer's voice, facial expressions, and movements to create entirely new content. Consent. If a producer plans to make a computer-generated character that has a main facial feature like eyes, nose, mouth, or ears that clearly looks like a real actor, and they use that actor's name and face to prompt the AI system to do this, they must first get permission from that actor and agree on how this character will be used in the project. Producers must notify the union if they create synthetic performers and bargain over whether compensation or any other consideration is appropriate. There will be regular meetings to discuss considerations for using any video and audio recordings made under these agreements to train AI systems, and regular meetings will cover current and future use of AI in projects and to make sure that the AI does not create or reinforce any unfair biases. Producers acknowledge importance of human performance and the risk of job replacement when utilizing GAI. That's, yeah, okay. And then digital replication of background actors. A background actor digital replica is a digital version of a background actor's voice or likeness made with the actor physically present for scenes they didn't actually film. Consent. Notification must be sent 48 hours in advance to create a digital replica, or at booking if less than 48 hours ahead. Clear and separate consent is required for the use of a background actor's digital replica in a movie, and in the case of deceased performers, their estate or union must consent. And so clear and separate consent required, that basically means it can't just be it's in the contract and they sign for it. They have to like specifically sign a release form for the use of the digital replica. Replicas must not be used to meet the background actor counts for the day, and replicas will not be used to avoid the engagement of background actors. That's good. They're not getting replaced by AI. Compensation. Time spent creating a digital replica counts as work time and is paid accordingly. If a background actor is called in just for replication, they get paid for a full day. If the digital replica is used as a principal character, the actor gets paid a principal's rate for the estimated days they would have worked. So, if they create a digital replica of you and use you as a background actor, they have to pay you as if you did that work, as if you were on those days filming. And that is their initial infographic for the regulation. So we're probably going to see some repeated stuff here, which means, yeah, because like these are the definitions, the consent required, and stuff like that. But here we go. Compensation. I'm actually going to look at some of the issues here. So there's no compensation required for an employment-based digital replica if, based on the performer's form of engagement, their compensation would have covered the work had it been performed by the performer. The digital replica is used in a scene in which the performer performed in person, and performers under Schedule F. I don't know what Schedule F is, but this means the digital replica is used in a scene in which the performer performed in person. So they're just using the digital replica to replace the actor's already existing performance. Use other than in the motion picture for which the performer was employed. Consent and separate bargaining. Consent must be clear and conspicuous. Must include a reasonably specific description of the intended use. Consent at time of use, not initial employment, except that consent for use in another identified project may be obtained at initial employment, provided that a reasonably specific description of the intended use is provided for each identified project. Performer is also employed in the other identified projects or is deceased at the time the other identified projects commence production. Consent continues after death unless explicitly limited otherwise. If performer is deceased and consent is required, it may be granted by an authorized representative of the deceased performer, or if representative cannot be found by the union. So what this means is if they've got your digital replica and they want to put you in another film, they have to get your consent to do that. We've got the independently created digital replica, which we went. There's exceptions for use. Exceptions for uses if they would be protected by the First Amendment, e.g., comment, criticism, scholarship, satire, or parody, use in a docudrama or historical or biographical work to the extent protected by the First Amendment. This right here, I have some concerns. So there is a TV show that I have been reviewing that I quite like, called For All Mankind. And in the second season, it was set in the 80s. Ronald Reagan was president, and he showed up a couple of times. He was usually like doing like a video call with somebody, but they did an AI generated, like they did like a deep fake of another actor who was like doing a Ronald Reagan impersonation so that it then looked like Ronald Reagan. And now Ronald Reagan, pretty sure he was a member of SAG since he was, a film actor and everything. Obviously, as president of the United States, that kind of supersedes whatever, acting stuff that he had done. And I don't know that he was still a member of SAG when he was in the office and stuff like that. But the idea that they can take your likeness without paying you for it, if so long as it's like a docudrama, like say they're doing stuff about your life. I don't know how I feel about that at all. I don't like seeing these exceptions, especially comment, criticism, scholarship, satire, or parody. Like, so we can create a digital replica of you if it's for parody. Like, I mean, like, that just sounds like a backdoor into like justifying like deep fake porn kind of things, right? I mean, obviously the AMPTP contracts don't cover porn as like a category that's not done under here, but like just that kind of a precedent being set, because if you are deep faking porn of an actor, you could just say, oh yeah, no, we did that as parody, it's a parody of that person. Like, I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like the exceptions for uses they carve in. And it says if they would be protected by the First Amendment. So obviously there's, free speech concerns, but there's also like, does taking somebody's likeness and manipulating it to make it look like they did things that they didn't do, is that something that it really is First Amendment protected? Like, I mean, if you make it obvious that it's not actually them, then that's one thing. But again, I guess this goes outside the scope of the contract itself, and more just in terms of issues with AI deepfake stuff in general. Blood Video Company says Reagan does not deserve being in a union after what he did. Oh yeah, no. Let's be clear. Fuck Reagan. But I do have concerns over the idea that we can just deep fake anybody we want, so long as like it's a historical record of them, right? Digital alteration. Consent required to digitally alter a performance in photography or soundtrack previously recorded by the performer. exception when the photography or soundtrack of the performer remains substantially as scripted, performed, and or recorded. So, yeah, so digital alteration, there is exceptions to consent. Here we go. Post-production alterations, editing, arrangement, rearranging, revising, or manipulating of photography and or soundtrack for purposes of cosmetics, wardrobe, noise reduction, timing or speed, continuity, pitch or tone, clarity, addition of visual sound effects or filters, standards and practices, ratings and adjustment in dialogue or narration or other similar purposes. Right here, this whole thing, this has me nervous. Adjustment in dialogue or narration or other similar purposes. That sounds like a really wide umbrella of them not having to get your consent to using AI to alter your performance. Before AI, if you needed to alter the performance, you would either use CG to recreate the person, or probably cheaper to just reshoot the scene. Or you would ADR lines and use shots from behind them so that you don't have to get the lip match, right? But here, adjustment in dialogue, that sounds like something ADR, that sounds like something that would be covered, like that they would get paid for. Is this like saying if it's a minor change in dialogue, we can just go ahead and generate your voice? And not get your consent for it. But yeah, under any circumstance when dubbing or use of a double is permitted under the codified basic agreement, adjusting lip and or facial or body movement and or the voice of the performer to a foreign language or for purposes of changes to dialogue or photography necessary for license or sale to a particular market. So they don't need your consent if they use AI to change lip sync for like selling the film to for different language versions of the film. And I don't like the idea that they can do any of that kind of alteration without consent. I understand why they just kind of have this baked into the contract of yeah, if we're just dubbing you into another language and we can do a lip sync change. But I would argue even that is changing your performance. And so I don't know how I feel about that at all. Yeah, again, so we did go over, this was like the just the general infographic from what they put out. And I think instead of reading through all of the specific details here, what I have is a thread from Justine Bateman, who's a writer, director, and producer, who is also a software engineer and has a lot of opinions about AI. And this thread about AI was doing the rounds last week, and I thought I would go over it. Axel says, is it okay if you just call me Fesh? Yep, that's fine. You can call me Fesh. But yeah, let's go over this one because this lays out a lot of the concerns probably better than I can on my own. So, SAG actors, I want to make you aware of some of the language in the AI portion of the tentative SAG agreement. Though SAG leadership made much effort to protect members in AI, there are many issues you should look at. I have saved the most serious issue for the end. If a digital double is made of you during a film, they must get your consent and inform you of their intentions for its use, except when the photography or soundtrack remains substantially as scripted, performed, and or recorded. This is going to be left up to the studio and streamer's interpretation, and so any subtlety regarding how you chose to look or move for the character during the shoot could potentially be changed. Your hair, your clothes, your makeup, etc. Also, your physical placement in a scene can be changed, like your nearness or distance from another character, or even moving you from the front seat of a car to the back seat of the car. This suggests not much agency on your part to control your character or performance. Yeah, this is something that predates AI too. Like, George Lucas was doing this in the prequel Star Wars movies. Like, he was kind of the pioneer of doing that. Like, I remember seeing behind the scenes stuff for The Phantom Menace where, like, there's a scene where there's like 4 characters and each character in that shot is being taken from a different take, all pieced together into a single thing. And so that means that the performances that you're seeing are completely detached from each other. They're not actually like organically interacting with each other. And while that's less an issue of, you know, like payment rights or anything like that, it is an issue in that it damages the artistic integrity of the actor's performance. And I think that's something that really does need to be taken with that, you know? Under digital double use other than in the motion picture for which the performer was employed, it says that no additional compensation shall be required for use of an employment-based digital replica that was created in connection with employment of a performer who was employed under Schedule F. It appears that if you were paid Schedule F for the first film, you don't get paid for the sequels where they're just using your digital double instead of you. I suggest members get sharp clarity on this, and I don't even know what Schedule F covers. Actually, I'm just gonna... SAG-AFTRA Schedule F. Okay, Schedule F is for multi-part closed-end motion picture franchises. Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at Okay, so a Schedule F SAG contract, also known as a deal performer contract, is used to employ an actor on a film or television show for a specific period of time. So it's as opposed to a daily or weekly contract. And, okay. If a digital double was made of you in a separate manner on another film or privately made by you, it's referred to as an independently created digital replica. There is no minimum compensation listed for studio streamers to use an ICDR of you in any film they want, only consent. You will apparently need to negotiate any compensation on your own. Neither consent nor compensation is necessary to use your digital double if the project is comment, criticism, scholarship, satire, or parody, a docudrama, or historical or biographical work. So you could find yourself in a project you never consented to, doing things you never were informed of for no compensation at all. This is the First Amendment argument the GAI tech companies are fond of trotting out. Another consent exemption is granted to adjusting lip and or facial or body movement and or the voice of the performer to a foreign language, or for purposes of changes to dialogue or photography necessary for license or sale to a particular market. Substitution of swear words is not new, but that your body movements would be changed suggests you'll be used like a type of ragdoll in post-production. There are still a few concerns with the background performer's details, but there's one that stands out as especially sad. If the producer uses a background actor digital replica in the role of a principal performer, the background actor shall be paid the minimum rate for a performer had they performed those scenes in person. So if an extra is bumped up to a principal cast member, they never gets to experience that position on a set, but you get a check after the fact. And the most serious of them all is inclusion in the agreement of synthetic performers or AI objects resembling humans. This gives the studio streamers a green light to use human-looking AI objects instead of hiring a human actor. It's one thing to use GAI to make a King Kong or a flying serpent, although this displaces many VFX and CGI artists. It is another thing to have an AI object play a human character instead of a real actor. To me, this inclusion is anathema to a union contract at all. This is akin to SAG giving a thumbs up for studios and streamers using non-union actors. This would be like the Teamsters putting in their contract that it's A-okay for the employer to utilize self-driving trucks instead of them. Find it baffling that a union representing human actors would give approval of those same actors being replaced by an AI object, and don't forget those AI objects are a mashup of all actors' past performances, adding insult to injury. Bottom line, we are in for a very unpleasant era for actors and crew. The use of digital doubles alone will reduce the number of available jobs because bigger name actors will have the opportunity to double or triple book themselves on multiple projects at once. The use of these digital doubles will most likely preclude the need of a set or the use of many IATSE crew and Teamster drivers. Audition odds will change. Winning an audition could become very difficult because you will not just be competing with the available actors who are your type, but you will now compete with every actor, dead or alive, who has made their digital double available for rent in a range of ages to suit the character. You also will be in competition with an infinite number of AI objects that the studios and streamers can freely use, and a whole cast of AI objects instead of human actors eliminates the need for a set or any crew at all. So, this is very doom and gloom. I don't know how much of this is like, because a lot of this is very speculative, and like I don't think our technology yet is at the point where this is a reality, but it very soon could be. I still tends to think that audiences aren't going to react well to stuff that is too generative, because I think there's always going to be a certain intentionality that gets lost that people are going to be able to perceive. But unfortunately, that also means that, like, if we don't have protections in place for it, companies are going to try it anyway, and they'll probably fail for a lot of it. But it's also a case of we might end up getting to that point where they're making this slop before they realize it's not going to work. I don't know. You are a complex and remarkable human. Don't let the CEOs convince you otherwise. Seek out filmmakers and showrunners who value your basic worth and committed to human workers on their projects. These are the ones who will make work that matters. We're going to be okay, just hold on. There's an additional protection I find missing from the SAG AI deal. Protection for past work against those actors' performances being face replaced or reskinned using a digital double or a human-style AI object. An example would be repurposing Friends for Latin American audiences. Generative AI can be used to face replace all the actors with known or synthetic Hispanic faces in order to capture that market. I do not see a protection for past acting jobs that protects against this. Here is a demo video that contains this tech. Okay, so swapping out actors in past films and series. Oh, that is terrifying. That's actually... Oof.
Tell that this is a photo completely generated by AI. We used a tool called Midjourney that turns...
Okay, anyway, this is just a bunch of stuff. Let's see if there's anything... It basically just demonstrates how you can change... Oh, it's Schwarzenegger on Dorothy. Yeah, anyway, we've seen what deepfake replacement can be done. But, who's TGA Agency? Oh, Tiana Jackson, JD. Okay. TJ Agency has been highlighting the allowance for SAG itself to give permission for use of your likeness after death if the heirs can't be found after best efforts, which means minimal or no effort. This is a very big issue on its own, and if any compensation is given to SAG for its use, that effectively makes SAG a talent agent, which is an enormous conflict of interest and does not incentivize the union to bargain properly in the future for live human actors. In fact, SAG demanding notification and consideration from studios and streamers using human-like AI objects effectively makes them the talent representative of these synthetic performers. Conflict of interest. That is interesting. Axel says, what's the next topic after this? I'm going to be covering a possible lost Star Trek prop being found. But and then I'll get into the movies. But anyway, yeah, so it sounds like there are some significant AI concerns, and SAG-AFTRA initially had put out just this little thing about the AI, but it sounds like after the concerns they have a more robust FAQ. And I don't think I'm going to go over every single thing here, but let me see. Based on the 2023 theatrical contracts, who owns a background actor digital replica? The employer legally owns all materials created from your work on a motion picture. With these new terms in place, they cannot use them without your consent and, in most cases, further payments. The consent requirement is an exception to the rights the employer otherwise has under copyright law. The consent requirements in the agreement are exceptions to the employer's legal rights that the union was able to achieve through bargaining. So, there's actually, yeah, okay. This probably is the most relevant question is why can't you just ban AI on signatory projects? Although there are members who took the concept of banning AI to the picket lines, it was our goal to put guardrails around AI, not wholly ban it. Even if we wanted to ban all AI, federal labor law constrains what we can bargain, limiting it to mandatory subjects of bargaining, those that affect wages, hours, and working conditions, and permissive subjects, those that are allowed if the parties agree to bargain them. AI encompasses both types of subjects, and it isn't entirely clear where the line is given the current state of technology. A ban on AI, while it sounds good in theory, could have significant unintended consequences, particularly as we cannot control companies with whom we don't have a bargaining relationship. It's kind of a tepid response, but it kind of is. You are limited in how much you can ban companies from using AI. I think there needs to be better federal protections on that. I know Biden has been directing some executive order federal regulation on the use of deep fake technology and stuff like that. But this is a really big contract, and the actors got quite a lot in it, and there are some guardrails for AI use, but I think one of the big takeaways is just going to be making sure that I know I've talked to some SAG members in private, and they said that they're just going to make sure that it is on file with SAG that they do not consent to use of their image after their death. That way, if the producers get lazy and don't look for a next of kin and just go to SAG, it just gets rejected. And so I think a lot of actors are looking to that. A lot of actors have been talking to their lawyers about that. This is not the end of the AI battle in Hollywood. There are some guardrails in place, but we're still very new to this technology, and it's kind of hard to say where it's going to go. But anyway, they got a lot in their contract. They got a lot of wins, and they did not get a complete loss on AI, but it doesn't sound like it's as good as it could be, and there are future concerns for it. Like I said, last week when they were first going over it, they had, I think, an 86% board ratification vote on it, which was a vast majority, but 14% voting no on it. Sounds like it was probably to do with the AI stuff. We'll see how the ratification vote goes for the contract itself. Like I said, the SAG members that I was speaking to in private said that they were going to vote to ratify the contract, but they just had to make sure that they are taking their own steps on securing their AI rights and making sure that SAG-AFTRA doesn't just give studios the okay to use their likeness after death. Okay. Well, that one was a little dry, but I wanted to make sure to cover it. I've been covering this stuff since the start of the strikes on my channel, so felt like it was a good way to wrap it up. Sideful says, I do worry about the global ones. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that's kind of what unions need to be there for, right? Is to, I was watching Fran Drescher talk about how, like, as an actor, like, she says she wants to be able to agree to do anything and, like, not have any limits on what she would agree to. And she's like, because we're actors, we're people pleasers, we need a union to put those guardrails in for us. So, yeah. But anyway, we have our next topic. Young and dumb, but not as an insult. Okay. Give me a second here. Let's get started. Before you lies a picture of the Starship Enterprise from Star Trek, the original series that aired in the 60s. This is the 11-foot shooting model that you have seen in pretty much every episode of the original series. Although if you have watched the remastered version, it was replaced with a CGI recreation. But if you've seen the unremastered stuff, this was the ship that was in the vast majority of times that you saw it. But even though this was the main shooting model for the Enterprise, the 11-foot model, this was not the first one. There was a 3-foot model built of the Enterprise that was used to film the original pilot, The Cage, and was used for some other stuff. And we've got a story here from TrekMovie.com that says Rod Roddenberry in talks to recover what may be the lost original model from Star Trek. One of the longest-running Star Trek mysteries may be on the verge of being solved. In 1977, the first shooting model of the USS Enterprise from the original series went missing, and for the last 46 years, no one has known where it is or whether it had been destroyed. But just a couple of weeks ago, it appeared to resurface in an eBay listing, which was soon suspended after fans started buzzing about the potential historical importance of this model. Trek Movie can confirm that Rod Roddenberry, son of Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry and the president of Roddenberry Enterprises, is actively trying to authenticate and acquire the model that sat on his father's desk at Paramount for years. Roddenberry says, along with much of the Star Trek community, I was excited and pleased to learn that the original 3-foot filming model of the Starship Enterprise appears to have been discovered after being missing for decades, pending full authentication. I can confirm that I am now, through an intermediary in contact with the individual who possesses the model. The model in question is a 3-foot, actually 33 inches, pre-production model of the USS Enterprise, built mostly out of wood by Richard C. Datton in 1964. Working from drawings by Matt Jeffries, he constructed and painted the model as a subcontractor of the Howard Anderson Company, which was hired to do the special effects for Star Trek's first pilot. The model was used in behind-the-scenes photographs with Gene Roddenberry and series lead Jeffrey Hunter, and because it was available for shooting long before the more detailed illuminated 11-foot model was ready, it was used as a shooting model for most of the ship exterior shots in The Cage and for the famous flyby shots in the show's opening credit sequence. So the 11-foot model, which is on display at the Smithsonian, like we just saw here, was used in The Cage for the show opening zoom into the bridge and for most exterior shots in the second pilot and beyond, but the 33-inch model was revised to match the series version in April of 1966 and appears in a number of Star Trek episodes, most notably as a miniaturized Enterprise in the episode Requiem for Methuselah, right here. So it's that guy. And when the series finished filming, the smaller 33-inch model was given to Gene Roddenberry as a gift from the studio, and it appears in photographs sitting on Roddenberry's desk and was taken by Roddenberry to Star Trek conventions and exhibited alongside other screen-used props. Is there a photo? Yeah, like right here. That's him with it on his desk. Roddenberry loaned the model out to an effects house during the making of Star Trek The Motion Picture, and after that it went missing. So that's we've got Roddenberry wrote letters to Paramount Pictures executive Jeffrey Katzenberg asking for his help in retrieving the model, but it's to no avail. So the 1979, he's asking, "Hey, yo, what happens to it?" So for like almost 50 years, nobody knew what happened to it. But then we had this eBay listing: rare custom Star Trek USS Enterprise spaceship by Richard Datton. Well, it was listed for $1,000. Now, this listing has since been taken down because he's in contact with Gene Roddenberry's son. But the model appeared to reemerge on Halloween in an eBay listing. The starting bid request was $1,000. Star Trek collectors and fans started buzzing about the item online, identifying it as possibly Roddenberry's long-lost original shooting model, although clearly underpriced for such a historic item. Yeah, if he knew that this was it, he wouldn't have listed it for $1,000. Just last month, the original 2-foot model of the Star Trek Galileo shuttle from the Greg Jean collection sold for $225,000. An original X-Wing model from Star Wars sold for $3 million. So it's no surprise that just 12 hours after that initial eBay listing went live, it was ended by the seller without a sale. This seller is going to make so much money just selling it back to Rod Roddenberry. Many fans continue to pore over the photos from the eBay listing to attempt to verify the authenticity of the model. Rumors circulated that Enterprise expert Gary Kerr had authenticated the model and that he had purchased the model himself in a storage unit purchased at auction from the estate of filmmaker Burton Holmes, who died in 1958. And we have two updates. Gary Kerr, in a statement to Trek Movie, shot down these rumors. The truth is more mundane. Shortly after the news of the model's reappearance broke, people started asking my opinion of it. After looking at the 16 photos posted online, I said that the model looked like the real thing, but that's a far cry from authenticating it, which would entail a full forensic examination of the model. Since then, I've made comparisons between high-res, fairly obscure photos of the model in the 1960s and the eBay photos. Tiny details in the model match perfectly, and in my opinion, the eBay model is the real McCoy. I re-emphasize that this is simply my informed opinion. And update 2, in a comment on this article, Noel Datton McDonald, the daughter of Richard C. Datton Jr., the builder of the original model, offered her opinion on the model's authenticity. The business card on the bottom of the stand that it was put on for display on Gene's desk is my father's original business card at the time we lived in North Hollywood. My father also wrote about the fact that it was a microphone stand that he used, which is shown on the current photos. Yeah, this is a microphone stand here. She also offered to confer with authenticators, saying I may even have a piece left over from its construction. So, and yeah, the microphone stand that it's sitting on. Okay. Yeah. And Rod Roddenberry wants to secure the model for history if it's real. Yeah, if authenticated, Roddenberry plans to digitally scan and archive the model for future study as part of the Roddenberry Archive project. He doesn't feel the model should be in a private collection and hopes it will one day be kept in the collection of the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum, which currently maintains and houses the 11-foot shooting model of the Enterprise. Yes, this is so historically important because it's literally the first Enterprise ever built. To quote Indiana Jones, it belongs in a museum. And I guess here we have Rod Roddenberry's full statement. Along with much of the Star Trek community, I was excited and pleased to learn that the original 3-foot filming model of the Starship Enterprise appears to have been discovered. Yeah, I'm gonna skip through some of this, but yeah, he just recaps a lot of what we've been going over here. And that's Rod Roddenberry, son of Gene Roddenberry. Of note in this statement is that Roddenberry has not yet definitively authenticated the model. It sounds like it's the real thing. Obviously, you do need to go through a final process, but based on what everyone is saying, comparing it to known photographs of it, compared to the base that it's on, sounds like it's the real deal. Beyond the authentication of the model, Star Trek historians will one day want to know how the model went missing, where it's been for the last 46 years, how the current possessor of the model came to have it, why they listed it on eBay, whether or not they knew what it was, why it was removed from eBay, and many more details. Still, this is potentially one of the most exciting finds in the history of the franchise. The 33-inch model is the only thing that appears in the same condition in every episode of the original series through the opening credits flyby sequence. Costumes, actors, sets, and props were changed, but that flyby footage remained the same for all 79 episodes of the series. It was held by Gene Roddenberry, Jeffrey Hunter, William Shatner, and Leonard Nimoy, and it's an amazing artifact whose value, as Rod Roddenberry said, goes far beyond the physical object itself. Which means the guy who currently owns it is going to be making bank. This video from Trek World compiles shots from Star Trek where the 3-foot model was used. I'm just gonna mute it. But, okay, so shots from the cage where it was used. The first pilot. Oh, this video has it way too small. Never mind. Anyway, it's really exciting to see history, Star Trek history, and mystery seemingly resolved. We've got it back. It has not vanished to the deep reaches of space. It is here. Would it, it almost sounds like you could have like a fun sci-fi story about say Galaxy Quest, where the show Galaxy Quest, which was, it's supposed to be Star Trek basically. Aliens got broadcasts of it and thought it was real and became real big fans of it and came and got all of the actors to reprise their roles from the show. If something like that happened here, if you had aliens who were fans of Star Trek and they came in and they picked up the original model and it went on some space adventures before being brought back to Earth, that would be cute. But anyway, I hope this is the genuine article. From what everyone is saying, it sounds like it should be. And if that's the case, they should put it in the Smithsonian right next to the 11-foot model. I've never been to the Smithsonian. I have been to DC, but I would like to make another pilgrimage out there just so that I can see the Enterprise model. And if this is the real thing, it would be nice to see them both. Okay. And now we have ourselves some movies and shows to review. I need a little bit more water. I am feeling pretty parched. But how are you all doing today? Okay. Pretty good just gaming? Well, I will be just gaming in a little bit here, but first, let's review my movies. I saw Priscilla. Now, actually, I saw the intro for Priscilla twice because last week when I went to see The Marsh King's Daughter, they actually played the wrong movie. So I saw like the first 10 minutes of Priscilla twice, basically. But this movie is about Priscilla Presley, Elvis's ex-wife. And it's the story of how they met and got married and how the marriage ended. And it's directed by Sofia Coppola, who directed Lost in Translation. She's the daughter of Francis Ford Coppola. She's done a lot of art house films of this nature. And I don't actually think I've seen a Sofia Coppola film before, because I have not seen Lost in Translation. I know that that film put her on the map and got her a lot of accolades. But this is, I think, the first work of hers that I've actually seen. And I can tell that it's being deliberately made for the Oscars crowd. Like, I'm sure this will get some nominations for it. I don't know if it will get any of those, but it's a very slow moving character piece that really is just focusing on Priscilla. Like, Elvis is actually just kind of a secondary character here, but the film talks a lot about basically how Priscilla was groomed into being Elvis's wife, because she met Elvis when she was in 9th grade, and she's a military kid, so she was living in West Germany. And when Elvis was in the military, that's where he was stationed. Basically a talent scout saw her at a diner and approached her and said, "Hey, I work with Elvis. He would really like you to go to this party." And it keeps going from there. And there's a lot of just the film just really shows you how this whole, like, how the whole grooming thing works. Like, how whenever she goes to a party, she's still kind of like, there's nobody else her age, and everybody else is all just talking to each other, so she's just kind of sitting there by herself. And then, like, Elvis goes up and strikes up private conversations with her and then says, "Oh, why don't you go into this other room and we'll just get away from everyone else." And, like, she doesn't have anybody else really to connect to other than Elvis. And then as she gets older, once she's like 17, Elvis basically makes an arrangement with her parents so that she can move to Graceland and finish her schooling at a local Catholic school, but basically just live with Elvis. And while she's there, she's told that she can't invite anyone over. She's like playing out with her puppy on the lawn and is told by somebody, "You shouldn't be out here. You needs to go stay inside," because like there's like always fans out in front of Graceland, so there is, like, you know, some understandable measures that should be taken to protect yourself from crazy fans, but also she can't even play in the yard with her puppy. And there's even like the sexual control, because even like in the film, it actually takes a long time for Elvis to sleep with her. She actually wants to sleep with him before he does. And so like even in her sexual expression, it's not taken into account. Her wants and desires are not taken into account. She like was talking to Elvis and saying, well, you know, you're off filming a movie here, and I'm just finishing up schoolwork. I'm about to graduate here, and I saw that there was a part-time job open at a local salon, and I thought I might do that. And he's like, no, you're gonna have to forget about that. When I need you to be there. So you can't have you can pick me or a career. You can't do both. And a lot of the mundanity of this kind of abusive, controlling relationship is played up, because a lot of the film is just Priscilla being alone, waiting around for Elvis basically to pick up the phone. You'll have punctuated moments where she actually gets to spend time with Elvis, and he takes her to Vegas, and they have fun, at the casinos. And but then like he goes to film a movie, and she has to stay at Graceland. And while he's filming movies, he's having affairs with other stars, and she has to read about it in papers and just act like nothing's wrong. And when she does confront him about it, he's like, he starts to get, very belligerent. He has a temper that's kind of like unpredictable when he will like throw things in anger. There's even a moment where he's listening to some songs to see if there's any things that he wants to pick up and put on his next album. And so he's got some friends and they're listening to them all. And then he asks Priscilla her opinion on some of the songs, and she's like, I don't think it's you. I don't think it fits for you. And he picks up a chair and throws it at her for giving her honest opinion on a song that he himself had expressed he didn't really like. But yeah, this film does not portray Elvis in a positive light at all. He's a total creep, abusive, but also he's kind of bland. Like, I think one of the big things that this film plays up is just how boring being in a situation like that is, where there's just a lot of hurry up and wait. And when he's even there, like, he's on drugs so much of the time, and like, giving her drugs, and but like, it just, I would say the film is probably more educational in like recognizing early signs of abuse and controlling partners, and less entertainment. I actually found the film very, very tedious to get through. But it does paint a very clear picture of the warning signs of abuse. Valhalla Video says he died of a cocaine-induced heart attack, right? I don't know the exact details of his death. This film ends before he dies, because it ends with her leaving him. But, yeah, he died on the toilet, I seem to recall, so, yeah. Yeah, drug use is heavily featured in the film. But I would recommend giving this one a pass. Unless you really want to see everything that's going to be nominated for the Oscars, because I'm sure this is going to get Oscar nominations. But it's kind of like in that cynical vein where it's a film that was made for Oscars rather than made for its own merits. yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Unless you're looking for a good educational primer on how wealthy people will groom and abuse. I saw It's a Wonderful Knife, and the title pretty much sums up what this film is. If you've seen It's a Wonderful Life, you know it is a Jimmy Stewart film in which a guy wishes he had never been born and then sees the world as it would have been without him in it. And this film is like, let's do that, but with Scream. It is a slasher film about a girl who stops a slasher, but then, like, a year later, her life has kind of gone to shit, and she wishes she had never been born under an aurora, which flashes, and then all of a sudden she's in a universe where she never was born, and it's a year later, and that the slasher is still active. And it is an incredibly goofy film. Like, just the premise alone, you know you're going in for schlock. And it's not the most, like, professionally put together film. I would say a lot of the performances are fairly amateurish, but all of that really just gets forgiven because it's such a fun film. And I would say the performance of the lead and this character who's like, she's like the weirdo wallflower character who ends up assisting the main character in fighting the bad guy. I really liked their character dynamic and the way that the film built up the relationship through it. I think that paid off really well. The film is surprisingly sapphic. I was not expecting that. But it's a very welcome entry into just good gay schlock, and I would highly recommend you see it. If you can't see it in theaters, it is a Shudder film, so I'm sure it will be available on streaming by the time this review is posted as a video. It's a lot of fun. I don't want to spoil too much more about it. Other than I will say, Justin Long's character, he plays the this like CEO who's kind of like, you know, trying to buy out the entire town and control it himself. He plays that character like he's a televangelist, like a very prosperity gospel sleazy kind of a character. And it's not what I've normally seen from Justin Long. In fact, I didn't even realize it was Justin Long until I got to the end credits. But I think he plays that very well. I think it's a very goofy but sinister kind of a performance that I really like from him. Axel says, so this is a horror parody? Yeah, kind of. They actually do, like, acknowledge It's a Wonderful Life in the film. Like, one of the characters is like, oh, so, like, I'm George Bailey and you're my Clarence. But it's like and it's a pastiche kind of in the way Scream was. Like, Scream kind of changed the game for slashers because after Scream came out, every single movie wanted to be Scream, and this is kind of in that vein where this is another Scream film. But, like, a lot of people forget that the original Scream was written as a parody of the slasher genre, and then it just became the slasher genre. So this is a horror parody in the vein of how all of the slashers that have copied Scream are kind of in that horror parody genre. It is a very derivative film. Like, you're not going to be seeing any kind of, like, groundbreaking storytelling or anything like that, but what you are going to see is a lot of fun, a lot of goofiness, like I said, unexpectedly gay, and I can't recommend it enough. I had so much fun watching this. I saw the trailer for it. I'm like, that sounds like the stupidest idea. I have to see it, and I'm so glad that I did. Please go see It's a Wonderful Knife. You're gonna have a fun time. and I saw the prequel to The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. This is set like 60 years, I want to say, before the first Hunger Games. Because, yeah, the first Hunger Games was the 74th annual Hunger Games, and this is set during the 10th annual Hunger Games. So I guess that would be 64 years before, yeah. And the main character is Coriolanus Snow, Donald Sutherland's character, the villain from the original films. And it's basically a story about how he went from being like kind of a good person into just the villain that he becomes in the franchise. And it's a very interesting look at how the Hunger Games was turned into the reality television spectacle that we saw it in the original film, because the way that it's portrayed in this film is that it really is just punishment at this point. Like they don't even expect the Hunger, like they have the host of the Hunger Games where he like literally as the games are going on, he calls a restaurant saying, yeah, hey, I'm the host of the Hunger Games. It's going a little later than I expected, so can I bump my reservation to a later time tonight? Yeah, I'll still be there. So like nobody's expecting it to go that long. There's concerns about ratings. They're not even sure if the Hunger Games are going to continue. But Snow is he's a university student and is entered into the mentor program, which they take 24 students and have them be the mentors for the pledges, for the tributes. And this is kind of the first time that they're doing it. And Coriolanus Snow, when he's assigned a girl from District 12, Lucy Gray, who is she's kind of like a country music singer. And when she is chosen for the reaping ceremony, she sings. And that gets a bunch of people's attention. And he has the idea, interest in the Hunger Games has been waning, but she's got something. She has like an entertaining quality to her. And if we can get public interest in that, that might reinvigorate the games. And so it basically is about how her performance as a way to, engender sympathy in her ends up influencing the way that the Hunger Games gets turned into the big reality TV spectacle. And how, while that, might have saved her life, it kind of screwed over generations of kids afterwards. But I'm actually the Hunger Games themselves, they happen in the middle of the film, and there's quite a bit more after the Hunger Games are over in this film, which really surprised me. Like, generally the way these are is you would expect, okay, well, they've won the Hunger Games, that's the end of the movie. But this just keeps going after that, and is about the ways that people's scheming and the ways that they're trying to deal with the different political actors in the Capitol leads to basically good people turning bad. How the paranoia engendered by the oppressive system and the ways that people are forced into the edges of society. It doesn't necessarily make them good people. It can turn them bad. Ule1 says, don't you love the villain of the OG gets thrown prequel to be villainous and stuff? Well, yeah, it's kind of like how Lucas decided that the prequels would be focused on Anakin. And yeah, I do think it's interesting to have villain protagonists. I think one of my favorite films of the 21st century is Infinity War, where Thanos is the main character, and like I've argued about how that's really that's why like Infinity War is the one time that there's like a cliffhanger ending that I don't really mind, because the cliffhanger ending, sure, it's like, okay, half of everyone's dead, we don't know what's going to happen to them, but in terms of the story itself, Thanos set out to do that as the villain protagonist of the film, and he succeeded, and the last shot of the film is him looking over his garden going, I did it, I have accomplished what I set out to do. And yeah, I think villain protagonists are very interesting. Not every main character needs to be a hero, and it's also good to see, you know, the complex motivations that drive somebody to that kind of a dark place, and seeing the opportunities that they had to be better, and you know, the missed connections, or just the unfortunate choices, and how they can all compound. It's a pretty long film. I think it's almost 3 hours long, and it kind of feels it. The production for it, I would say, is pretty good. It doesn't look like it had the same kind of actually, I haven't looked up the budget for it, but it doesn't have like as many of the big giant CGI spectacle things that you would have had in the previous entries for the Hunger Games. So this might have had like a lower budget in that regard. Like the Hunger Games themselves, they're just set like in like an indoor arena. It's not like any of the big like sprawling wooded areas with holographic edges and everything like that, like we saw in the other stuff, because this is, you know, 60 years beforehand, the technology's still being developed, and also it wasn't really treated as a reality TV show before this one. It was just treated as a punishment for the districts before this point. But my general understanding is that this is a fairly faithful adaptation of the book. Because I was reading a plot synopsis of the book, and it's at least just in broad strokes, it hits pretty much every single plot point of that. But I would not recommend seeing it if you haven't seen the others. You're going to probably be a little bored if you don't already know the setting. But it is an interesting tale about the creation of a villain. Axel says, I played Hunger Games Simulator so I could see my OCs kill each other. That's... Oh, man. Okay. That reminds me, back in the day, I used to be a big fan of the show Survivor. Like, the first couple seasons of that, like, me and my mom, we would watch those kind of religiously. And I got the idea to create a game of Survivor in The Sims. And what I did was I just kind of created Sims based on like celebrities and politicians and stuff like that. And I put them all on an island. Each of them got one luxury item. And then they just had like, I had like a bathroom set up, and then everything else, they were outdoors. They would sleep. I don't even remember. I think they might have had bedrooms just because it was hard to get them to sleep outdoors. But basically everything else was just out in the open. And every time that the bill would come, I would pause the game, tally up everyone's relationships to each other, and whoever had the lowest overall ranking based on everyone got put into a pool with the ladder deleted. And Hillary Clinton was one of the members of the island, and she picked up a guitar and started playing it a bunch. And because they're all on an island with and so like it's all treated as one room, they can't like go and escape the sound. And because she's a new character, so she has no skills, so her creativity's at zero, and she's playing the guitar, she sounds really bad. everyone was just coming up and booing her nonstop. So because she decided on the first day to just practice guitar, everyone hated it so much she got voted out right away. No, it's just that's what that reminded me of, Axel. But anyway, I think this film's fine. It's I don't think it's breaking any new ground in terms of cinema, but if you liked the other Hunger Games, I think you will find this a decent addition to the canon. Yeah, I would recommend seeing it. Okay, we are in season 4, episode 2 of For All Mankind, and now I know what the plot is going to be this season, because the new character that we were introduced to, Miles Dale, the guy who used to work on oil rigs, he is now on Mars, and he's finding out that it's not at all what he thought it was going to be. For one thing, he's not doing the job that he thought he was going to be doing because the asteroid capture program has been put on hold. So basically all he is doing is like HVAC repair around the place. And there's also, when he gets his first paycheck, he notices that they've taken out so much of it for just like, they're like nickel and diming him on like, you know, there's even like, they even take toothpaste out of his paycheck budget. And at the commissary, they say it's like, you can buy food here or you can use company script. And it's just like, oh, they're setting up the whole company town thing because Happy Valley base is primarily operated by Helios, which is a private company. Now they have they are collaborating with NASA and Roscosmos and some other space agencies, but it feels like one of the big storylines this season is going to be about workers' rights. I think that Miles Dale, the new character, I think he's going to end up trying to form a union on Mars. And I think that would be a delightful story. But there's like a clear class divide being set up. Like, we actually have like a split screen scene between Miles and Danielle Poole, who our recurring character from previous seasons. She is the new NASA mission commander on Mars, and basically just going through their day, where we see her quarters, where she's got like a view of the Martian surface, and she has a big room all to herself. She gets to drink coffee that tastes like actual coffee. And here is this guy who has he's sharing a room with like 4 or 5 other people. His coffee sucks. He's like on sub level 3, so he does not get to see the Martian surface. He just has a little picture of Mars on the wall. There's a whole bandwidth issue where like a lot of emails and like video from family that he's been trying to see, they don't have the bandwidth for it, so he can't load it up. But people who are like the astronauts and the scientists, you know, not the grunt workers, but like the prestige people, they get full access to their emails and video mail from home. And so it's just a very clear divide between, you know, the haves and the have-nots, the prestigious roles, the astronauts and the scientists and the people who've been working for Helios forever, versus the new grunt work, who are literally only here to earn a paycheck. And there's I had a feeling that Ed Baldwin is probably going to be a bit of an antagonist this season, just because Ed is that kind of you know, he's got a very like conservative, good old boy, hard work and gumption. And when he hears Miles complaining to like the HR director on base about how this wasn't the job that he had been promised when he came up here, and there's like, he's getting paid way less, and you know, just a lot of the things that he was expecting from this job just haven't come up. And like, Ed comes up and he's just like, hey, you know what? You need to have a little personal responsibility and just, stop blaming other people for your circumstance. But it's also a situation where, like, he can't just quit because he's on another planet. If he quits, they have to send him back home. They cost a lot of money to train him and get him there. And if he doesn't fulfill his contract, they're going to, like, charge him for the cost of sending him to another planet, which even in the For All Mankind universe, where space travel has gotten a lot cheaper thanks to advances in fusion technology and everything like that, that's still, I think, hundreds of thousands of dollars that he would end up owing. So yeah, I really think that Miles is going to be, like, at the forefront of getting a Mars Workers Union, and I'm really excited about that. We've also got some storylines with it looks like Aleda and Kelly Baldwin are going to be going into business together, developing robots for extraterrestrial research, because Kelly has been developing robots that can look for life on Mars, but her project gets shit canned because because of the problems with the asteroid mining project, that they really want to see dividends return on all the investment on the asteroid project. So other sectors of NASA have to take a back burner. So Aleda and Kelly are probably going to be going into business together, more private enterprise stuff. And then it looks like in Russia, Margot is, I think there's, like, some kind of a political revolution going on in Russia that Margot gets caught up in. She's just at the very end of the episode, and just, like, is witness to a confrontation between the police and a local businessman that ends up starting a riot in which she gets arrested, but we don't really know what's going to happen there. But in terms of the themes of this season, I'd say workers' rights are probably a pretty strong one that we're going to see developed as the show goes on. So I'm excited for that, and we'll see where it goes. Okay, we've got season 2, episode 3 of Invincible here, and we're really picking up on exciting moments from the comics. Mark is now off at college, and there's literally a scene that they took, like, basically word for word from the comics into the show, because Mark and Amber, now that they're off at college together, they decide to consummate the relationship, and it starts with them, like, trying to do that stuff, but then, like, the narrator goes, he's like, well, they're doing their thing, why don't we go off somewhere else? And, like, that's literally how it happened in the comics. In the comics, when Mark and Amber hook up, the little narrator box says, well, let's be decent and give them time to themselves, and let's go off into space to learn about Alan the Alien instead. So we get an episode that's kind of dedicated to Alan the Alien and, like, his whole backstory and what he's been doing looking for planets that have champions who are strong enough to potentially fight the Viltrumites. And so we're getting a lot of movement on that part of the story. But this episode, so every episode of Invincible has that whole thing where, like, the credit starts to roll, but then, like, after 5 seconds, more scenes happen. This happens halfway through the episode. They literally do the fake credits halfway through the episode. So, like, when they do, because Alan's story ends before the credits roll, but then it keeps going, and it keeps going, and it keeps going, and I was just like, wow, this, I was kind of in the mindset of just expecting a little bit more. So I think that choice was a little weird, but maybe it was because they were treating the Alan story as, like, a kind of like a mini episode. Like he even gets his own title card. Instead of Invincible, it says Alan the Alien. And so maybe that's why they did it that way. I don't know. It felt a little weird there, but it looks like we're getting some really big movement on finding out more about the plans of the Viltrumites for galactic conquest and the growing movement in the galaxy to try and fight them. And I'm really excited to see how that gets brought back to Earth with Mark and everyone. But there's a big moment that happens at the end of this episode that I'm gonna have to talk about it next week because I can't spoil it. But if you've read the comics, you'll know about it. One thing that I will bring up though is there is a comic within the story where Mark is a big fan of a comic called Seance Dog, who just looks like Doctor Strange but with a dog head. And in the comics it was Science Dog, and I don't remember exactly what Science Dog looked like in the comics, but I'm wondering if they changed it because of like if there was like some rights issues with the name Science Dog. Like I don't know if there was something where like they couldn't copyright Science Dog or somebody else held the copyright for Science Dog. I'm actually gonna Google Science Dog right now. Because okay, there's like Robert Kirkman actually ended up writing like a comic book for Science Dog, but I'm wondering if because he wrote that as a comic, if it's got like a separate rights issues that they decided not to pay for here. I don't know. It seems just a little weird that they changed the comic that Mark is a fan of for the show. It's not really obvious to me why they did that, but it kind of Seance Dog plays a relevant role to this episode, so that's why I brought it up. Yeah. Actually, I guess. Hang on. Let me go ahead. Sure, we'll go ahead and talk about it because I saw Axel say it in chat. But let's get this up here. So, if you see the spoilers tag down below, now we're gonna go ahead and talk about the ending of Invincible, and I will take down the spoiler tag once I'm done. If you don't want to be spoiled, you can mute until the spoilers go away. But yes, at the end of this episode, Mark goes to another planet full of bug aliens, and Omni-Man is there as the ruler of that planet. Axel said you didn't expect to see our Omni-Man so early. Yeah, I was honestly, I knew that we were going to see Omni-Man again because, like I said, I've read the comics, so I just wasn't sure how they were going to pace everything, and I wasn't expecting them to bring him back this early. I thought we probably weren't going to see him again until like the season finale, but it looks like they really want to get moving on that next part of the story, which I guess also makes sense just because Omni-Man is such a popular character among the fan base that bringing him back sooner rather than later. Yeah, I can understand that. I really am looking forward to the further development of Nolan's character in the show, because Axel says, is Seth Rogen dead? So Alan the Alien, he does get the absolute shit kicked out of him by a couple of Viltrumites, but I will say that no, he is not dead. Yeah, and yes, Alan the Alien is voiced by Seth Rogen, which I have to say, like, I know he's like one of the main producers on the show, so of course he was able to put his finger on the scale and who got chosen to be Alan the Alien, but I also just think Seth Rogen is a great choice for Alan the Alien, because Alan the Alien in the comics has always just been a dude. He's just a guy. He's just a cool dude. And Seth Rogen can easily just play a dude. So I think Seth Rogen is really well suited to playing Alan. And no, he is not dead. Alan is probably my favorite character in Invincible, and we're going to see quite a bit more of him. But anyway, that's it. That's it for my review of Invincible. And it looks like that's it for my reviews this week. Now, I have some video games to play. I don't have live splits properly set up for Mario Wonder, so I'm probably not going to do a speed run of it, but I might try some challenge runs. Like I might try playing stuff with specific badges. But before I do that, I really need to use the restroom, so I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, Mario Wonder, right as soon as I am done peeing. All right. And Blub, thank you so much, Anonymous, for the $5. That's very generous of you. Okay. So, I could do like a new game plus thing where I go here, because on this one I've got all of the badges unlocked. So I could try doing a challenge run, or I could just try doing like a I could just try doing a new run. Actually, I think I'm just gonna try a new. Oops. Yes, let's just clear this one and do a new run. Axel says, did you know that Spider-Man was in Iron Man 2? So that's not 100% confirmed. And they can't 100% confirm it because when they filmed that movie, they did not have rights to the character of Spider-Man. And so if they did officially confirm it, then they would be in violation of film rights against Sony. So, yes, the little kid that Tony meets at the Stark Expo, who Tony saves from the robot because the robot thinks that little kid is Iron Man. Yes, it is fan theory, and a lot of like the producers would like to believe that yes, that was little Peter Parker. But officially, they can't say that it was. Who should I play today? I'm gonna go Peach. Let's go Peach. Let's do a Peach run.
Hey there! Where's the party? So many visitors. Have a great time.
There's like 4 or 5 things to skip in a row there. But at least it lets you skip them.
Here we go.
Onward and upward. That Goomba will Hey!
Oh, hang on. I want a backup. There we go. There we go. Do 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 do. I love that video that Nintendo tweeted out of Bowser going up to Peach with a bouquet of flowers, and then Peach gets the elephant power up, and Bowser freaks out and gives her a bigger bouquet. Bowser likes them thick. Remember when the actor who played Quicksilver in the X-Men movies appeared in WandaVision? Yeah, everyone remembers that, who is at all into the MCU. That had social media blown the fuck up, and then it turned out to be a very disappointing end result. Kind of the way a lot of the Disney Plus shows have gone, where it's like, oh, what does this mean? What's their ultimate plan? And then it turns out it doesn't mean anything. They don't have an ultimate plan. It just ended up being that he was Ralph, the husband that Agatha was always talking about. So, yeah. I think I would have loved it if they hadn't been cowards about it and just turned it into a joke. I would have loved it if they would actually have done something with it. I've been really disappointed with how the MCU has just been handling the X-Men property just all together, because like in the Marvels, where it ends with Monica in the X-Men universe, so they just, you know, have Kelsey Grammer show up as Beast, and it's just like, okay, if you're just going to bring us the Fox X-Men instead of doing your own X-Men, it's like, what's even the point? You said you think the only saga that was planned all the way was the Infinity Saga. Well, that wasn't even planned all the way, okay? Like, the post-credit scene for the first Avengers film, when Thanos shows up, that wasn't like the ultimate plan. That was just Joss Whedon decided to throw Thanos there at the end. And then it became the ultimate plan to do the Infinity Gauntlet storyline. But, like, if you look at, like, in the first Thor, they had the Infinity Gauntlet in Asgard. Like, they had it in Odin's vault, and that's why in Thor 3 they had to have Hela call it a fake, because they had that whole thing. It's like, oh, we've already got the Infinity Gauntlet with all the Infinity Stones on it, and it's just as like a prop for Thor 1 before they had planned on doing the Infinity Saga, you know? So, yeah, no, they did not have it all planned out. They might have like ideas of, we want to do this story here and here, but like they really are making these films on like a film to film basis. You should not go into a Marvel movie and if something's left open, assuming, oh, they've got a plan, they know what they're doing here. They don't. They're just doing a series of cliffhangers and figuring it out when they get to that project. You know what? I think I actually want to grab... Nope. Where is the elephant? Give me elephant. Yeah, I want elephant for this one. Oh, there was an elephant right there, too. I didn't have to backtrack all that way.
Love that sound.
Remember when Bruce and War Machine were played by different actors? Sure do. Actually, it's interesting, in What If, they had, they basically did a What If of Fury's Big Week, where all of the Avengers end up getting killed before they can become the Avengers. And since part of Fury's Big Week is The Incredible Hulk, the Edward Norton film, we got to see like a scene from that, but with the Mark Ruffalo Hulk instead. And so it was interesting to see them adapt basically the visuals of that film, but with the different Hulk actor.
Great job.
Oh, I tried to jump. That ate my jump. Nom nom. Why did Hulk and Thor get graves if Nick Fury didn't even know about them? Was that in the Fury's Big Week storyline where everyone was getting killed off? I've only seen the What If once. Actually, that's right. They did announce season 2 of What If is premiering December 22nd, and we're actually going to be getting one episode a day. Basically, so for the Christmas break, we're just getting a bunch of What If. So I think there will be like one episode for me to review on a stream day, but then we'll have like basically by the next time around we'll have gotten almost all the rest of them. But for kids on Christmas break, it'll be nice to give them some new Marvel stuff to watch every day. I think that'll be cool. And I really liked the first season of What If, except for the finale. The finale kind of sucked, because they were like, oh, let's bring all of the characters from the previous episodes together in an Avengers thing, but like they didn't actually have any kind of team building. It was just they all just showed up to individually fight the bad guy. You saw in the trailer a scene of Steve fighting Thor, and you hope that's the episode where the other half got snapped? Oh, that would be cool. Well, except that Steve and Thor weren't snapped. So if you did a storyline where the other half got snapped, Steve and Thor would be dead. But yeah, it was a very deliberate choice for them to not snap the original 6 Avengers. And I would be very interested to see a story that you tell without the original 6 Avengers. Oh, you meant fighting Thanos? Steve fighting Thanos. Oh, well, okay, like, if, actually, it would be interesting to see a what if Civil War didn't happen. Like, how would the Avengers have fought Thanos if they weren't divided by Civil War? Like, would that actually give them the edge? That would be an interesting story to tell.
This way.
Peach is chonky. She's thick.
Press R. Signal.
I'm not gonna wait for all of that to show up. I'm just gonna keep going. But it also looks like they might have scrapped. There was an episode that didn't end up making it to the first season of What If that I had heard that they were just putting off to the second season. But it's I think it was Thanos slaying Gamora, but it doesn't look like she's getting an episode. So at least if she is, I didn't see any of that in the trailers. So I don't know. We'll find out. Said only like 5 Avengers weren't there, so I don't think it would have made a huge difference. Well, I mean, like, if Thor hadn't been off doing his own thing, getting the new weapon, and he had just been there to actually help everyone fight Thanos off while they're trying to get, you know, get the gauntlet away from him, I don't know, that might have changed things. There's, like, I really didn't like the whole thing where Doctor Strange is like, I looked into the future and I saw only one possible outcome, because that way all you have to do is anytime somebody has a complaint about the writing, well, why didn't Steve or Doctor Strange do this or that, and all they have to do is point to that wouldn't have worked because he looked and they only saw one possible way that they won. I did not like that. I think that was just a cop out a bit of writing. You saw Rocket in the trailer, so that might be her episode. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. I do know that, like, there was, like, a leak from somebody that I follow that had, like, a bunch of the potential episode titles, and this leak was before the trailer came out, and some of the episode titles seem to match what we saw in the trailer. Like, there's one episode title that he gave that was What If Happy Hogan Saved Christmas, and then we get in the trailer, it looks like Happy gets like a Die Hard style episode. So that suggests to me that those episode title leaks were correct, and we did not get one for Gamora the Thanos Slayer. Now, there is one of the episode titles that was listed there is What If Nebula Joins the Nova Corps? And that might be it. Like, that might just be the story. Like, it might be, like, you know, because, like, if Thanos is gone, that might explain why Nebula would end up joining the Nova Corps instead. But we'll find out. You saw a fan theory that Strange was lying about that and chose the one where Tony died because Strange hated him? Listen, I don't think Doctor Strange would give Thanos an Infinity Stone just because he was like spiting Tony, especially when he did it in order to bargain for Tony's life. Like, if he did it just to spite Tony, to give him the solution where Tony has to die in the end, if he just did it for spite that way, I don't see him risking everything, giving Thanos an Infinity Stone just because Tony annoyed him. That is a funny fan theory, but it doesn't make any sense if you actually examine it.
Love that sound.
What we saw in What If, it was actually pretty easy to beat Thanos. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, no. The way that Ultron killed Thanos was so fucking stupid. I was just like, oh, okay, so it turns out you just needed to, you know, cut him in half really quickly, even though he had, what, 5 Infinity Stones at that point? Like, yeah, come on. No, that was bad writing. Like, obviously, they wanted to have Ultron get all of the Infinity Stones just to showcase him, so they just kind of yada-yada'd him getting all of the other Infinity Stones, so they had him quickly beat Thanos, but yeah, I don't think Thanos goes down that easy. But, like, also, in general, a character is as strong as the writer, strong or as weak as the writer needs them to be for the plot to happen. Like, you know, when you have people who talk about, oh, which superhero would win in a fight, you know, like, Thor versus the Hulk, well, the answer is going to be whichever one tells the story that the writer wants to tell. And, so, you know, in that case, for What If they want to tell a story in which Thanos gets out of the way, but they don't want that to be the focus of the story, Thanos is just going to get kind of cheaply disposed of in a way that is kind of disappointing. Like, obviously, if you look at the intent of that episode, like, they didn't really care to examine Thanos himself. They wanted to see what would happen with Ultron and the Infinity Stones. So, like, it's kind of a minor thing, but it ends up kind of undermining Thanos because they just did that minor thing. We're like, we don't really care about Thanos for this story. We just want to give him the Infinity Stones. You saw a fan animation of Infinity War where there were 5 other ways. One where Strange cuts his hand off, another where Nebula knocks Peter out, one where Strange turns Thanos into a baby. Was that how it should have ended? Because that feels familiar, and I've seen some. I used to watch quite a bit of How It Should Have Ended, and that feels like their episode of Infinity War. Ball Rush Express. Here we go. I'm doing this because I want to keep the elephant power-up in reserve because there is the alternate exit that I need the elephant power-up for. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to take some hits here because I am not the greatest at this level. Ow. Yeah, like that. I wanted to get that. And... all right. Yeah, it was How It Should Have Ended. Yeah, that's what I figured. That sounded pretty familiar. I like How It Should Have Ended. I like some of the recurring characters, like the scientist who goes and is like, hang on, here's an idea. Why don't you actually check instead of just assuming something is the case. Like, he just points out obvious, like, mistakes that characters are making that they shouldn't make. Oh no, I got hit. Don't hit me.
Nice job. You came the cool way.
I did come the cool way, because this way gets me access to some bonus levels. Because I want to get the Jet Run badge. Actually, it'd be nice to see how much of the how many of the levels I can beat with the Jet Run badge. See how much faster I can get through them. Not every level is suited to the Jet Run badge, but enough of them are. Oh, she said it's peach time. You like back and forth between Batman and Groot? I am Groot. I am Batman. I am Groot. I'm Batman.
What a pretty sunset. So, did you have a good day?
Another dead pair of skinny jeans? R.I.P.
What happened to you? You're all small again.
Oh, dang it. Yeah. Okay.
Life's full of surprises.
Do I think Wolverine in Deadpool 3 will be his original X-Men self or the Logan version? I actually think it's going to be a completely different version of Wolverine, because the main the Logan version of Wolverine is basically like the timeline for X-Men. They basically just like kind of have really ignored like continuity between episodes if something doesn't fit for what they want. And so, like, it's kind of hard to tell, like, is Logan the original X-Men trilogy version, or is he the version that they have in the First Class, Days of Future Past timeline? You know, it's a little hard to tell, but I think this version of him is going to actually be not even either of those. I think this is going to be a new version of the character. Particularly because we haven't seen him in the yellow spandex before, and the set photos definitely show him having the yellow spandex now. Now, and I know there was that deleted scene from the Wolverine where he had been gifted the Wolverine mask, but like again, that was a deleted scene. And it didn't even show him in the mask, it just showed that it existed. Come on, let me me up. Do I think Wolverine will be with Deadpool throughout the entire film as a straight man? Yeah, that's definitely how they're going to be setting that one up. Oh my god, what a dick. He just knocked me down. Boom. Go this way. There's like a whole convoluted setup there where you can get a couple of hoppos stuck in the ground and bounce off of them to get there, or you could just wall jump off and get that get the purple coin that way.
Party's just getting started.
You can imagine him getting annoyed at Deadpool's constant fourth wall breaks. Yeah, that's obviously how they're going to be playing it. I am in space. I am an elephant among hippos. Or hoppos, I guess I should call them.
Getting kinda dizzy.
So it's interesting that the stars in the background are twinkling, because I actually recently found out that stars don't twinkle in space. The twinkle that we get from stars is actually an atmospheric effect that we get. So those stars in the background should not be twinkling because we're in space. But then again, it's a Wonder Seed, and so like anything can happen. Or a Wonder Flower, I should say. You need another dress. You're cycling 2 dresses and 1 pair of jeans over a week period. Yeah, and especially like the more you wear a piece of clothing, the more you're washing it, which means the more wear and tear on it, and the more it wears out just altogether. What happens to Peter's helmet in Guardians of the Galaxy 3? So I think it was originally that didn't he like, wasn't the helmet like destroyed by Thanos, but then they decided to just bring it back anyway in Endgame, but I think James Gunn had just decided he just didn't want him to have it in the third one. I think that's what happened with it. Being on point, your laundry bill is insane. Yeah, like it's gotta be. At least with like jeans, like so long as you're not wearing your jeans every day, you really don't need to wash jeans that often. Just make sure where you're storing them is you know, in a you know, so long as you're storing them in a closet and there's no moisture issues there, just hanging them up after you've worn them. Yeah, jeans can go. You could probably go like a couple months between washing jeans, so long as you don't like spill anything on them, you know. And obviously, you know, so long as it passes the smell test. If you start smelling bacteria on it, then yeah, obviously wash it. But jeans don't need to be washed all the time, and in fact, it drastically reduces their lifespan to be washed as much as other clothing might be. It's not something like a t-shirt where you would wash a t-shirt after one use. Your OCD won't allow for that. Well, there's okay. I mean, oh, yeah, actually, I do want to wear this. Okay. Let's go and do the fight. Remember when Thor joined the Guardians and they kicked him out in his film? Well, it had to happen because James Gunn had zero interest in having Thor in the Guardians 3 films. So, like, if Guardians 3 had come out before Thor 4, like, he wasn't even gonna bother writing it in. Like, he just did not care about Thor. He's just like, I'm not putting Thor in my movie. So it probably was lucky for Thor that for Thor's storyline that he got that his film came out before. Oh, dang it! I guess I don't get that one. Oh no! Oh dear. There we go. Also, women's having clean clothes each week is a must. Never so why cis men don't do laundry. Cis men don't do laundry because we aren't socialized to do laundry. So a lot of moms just don't end up teaching their sons to do laundry until it's a little too late and they've got the learned helplessness at that point. Men are so weird. They wear dirty clothes and eat out-of-date food. I mean, okay, so in defense of the out-of-date food thing, some food items actually don't really go out of, they don't actually expire. But there are, like, FDA requirements for expiration dates. Like, you'll find expiration dates on, like, salt, which is a mineral. It's literally a rock that exists that people mine. Like, how has it been in the Himalayan mountains for millions of years? But even with that, I guess it just expires in a couple of years. Really lucky we mined it right before its expiration date. Hey, Tipster Raid, welcome in. Thank you, Tipster, for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. I am doing some Mario Wonder, but I've got the jet badge on, so I need to get better used to that one. But Tipster, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. I'm Gayfesh. I'm a little cartoon swimming fish with bisexual colors instead of the standard clownfish colors. I do media reviews and, entertainment industry news and stuff like that. I'm also playing Mario Wonder a lot. If you really want to help out, though, please drop a like on the video, because I see I've got 84 viewers and only 11 likes. So go ahead and drop a like. That'll really help me out as well. In addition, go ahead and if you really like what you see, give me a subscribe. That'd be really nice. I also am currently raising funds to get some more artwork done of myself that will help improve the channel. So if you've got deep pockets, there is a link to donate to me in the description below, and I would appreciate any amount you give me. But how was Tipster's stream? What did he cover this today? Am I a clownfish? Come on, tell us a joke. Okay, wait. What was the joke that Marlin was trying to tell in Finding Nemo? I feel like I need to know that one because that is the first time somebody has made the Finding Nemo reference to me, but I have a feeling it won't be the last, so I need to, like, remember the joke that Marlin was trying to tell in that movie. Let's just say it ended on a short note. Oh, that doesn't sound good. That sounds ominous. Zombie Jane says pulling products like that has to do with decay of the packaging, or at least that's what you were told at your old job. That makes sense. Yeah, like, well, like bottled water. Like, obviously, water doesn't necessarily go bad, but like the plastics in the container could seep into the water, right? Like, so that's why a bottled water would have an expiration date. It's for the plastics. He covered Illuminati and Amos Lee, though he won't upload the Amos Lee video because it's too disgusting. Oh, well, that guy's the pedophile, right? Like, I can understand things might get really, really gross there. It's a heavy topic that you needed to break. Yeah, Keffels was covering the Caleb Maupin, like, sex cult stuff the other day, and she, like, thought it was going to be, you know, just a good fun time exposing him as a monster, but then, like, she read into it and she's just like, this isn't fun anymore because he's actually just a monster. Like he's actually just an insanely abusive, like, sex pest. Tip started reading Amos Lee's manifesto. Oh, geez. Give me a mushroom. I have to imagine that swimming in a big dress like that is going to produce a lot of drag on the water, you know? Fortunately, she is a cartoon character, and so she can swim as well as anyone. Do I ever refer to the heroes by their real name or their hero names? I kind of trade off, like, right? Like, yeah, like, I will, I actually I find myself talking about the MCU, usually I'm referring to characters by their real names, rather than their superhero names. Oh, hey, Tipster. He said he would reoffend if the opportunity presented itself, and after that, you nopes the fuck out. Yeah, I don't blame you. That is disgusting as fuck.
Here we go.
Do I think Hulk, Thor, and Hawkeye will ever team up again? Well, yeah, probably in the next Avengers movie, right? Now, I don't actually know about Jeremy Renner in particular because he had that snowplow accident where he almost died. I know he's made a really good recovery and, you know, he's had the money and resources to do so. But that being said, like, it may just be a case of his injuries were so severe that he might just be done with, like, doing action. So, like, he might show up as, like, you know, like the guy in the chair, maybe, But there's also, we already have Kate Bishop as a new Hawkeye, so like they already have an out where like they've got the next Hawkeye to replace him. So I don't know that he would be doing any actual action just because of where Jeremy Renner's at. But Thor and Hulk, yeah, sure. Well, Chris Hemsworth seems happy to keep playing Thor forever. I mean, they're making a Thor 5, so. And I do know that those are the 3 remaining members of the OG Avengers, so. For superheroes, real names help distinguish the character, especially with superheroes where multiple people have taken up this mantle. For example, Spider-Man. Yeah, that's probably the biggest one where a lot of people like. Well, and it's like because I did my video about the the whole people were saying Miles Morales is not Spider-Man. Like when we're talking about multiple characters named Spider-Man, like. There, you obviously do tend to refer to them by their human name and not their, superhero title, because we kind of need to be able to differentiate themselves. So even if we're talking about Miles Morales, separate from the context of his relationship to Peter Parker, we're usually going to refer to him as Miles and not as Spider-Man. Just so that, people know which Spider-Man we're talking about. You said Shang-Chi is rumored. Yeah, so Shang-Chi 2, I think they were talking about, Simu Liu said that movie isn't coming out until after Avengers 5. But I'm pretty sure Simu Liu will show up in Avengers 5 as Shang-Chi. I don't see a reason for them not to. I think we'll probably see as many characters as they can fit into Avengers 5 from the main MCU universe, but then Secret Wars, the next one after that, like we're just going to see everyone. Basically anybody that they can afford to pay who has ever been in any Marvel movie, whether it's MCU or not, like they'll just get them all in there. Actually, I think I do want this one for... The Jet Run badge is not good for this one. Axel says they can just call Miles Black Spider. Well, Black Spider's not his name, though. Like, that... I mean, that feels like calling, Sam Black Falcon, because like they actually addressed to that in Falcon and the Winter Soldier when like a kid calls him Black Falcon and he's like, no, it's just Falcon. And he's like, yeah, but you're black. He's like, okay, well you're a kid and you're black. Does that make you Black Kid? Yeah, I don't think calling him Black Spider is like necessarily the solution to that. That feels a little Oh no! I lost my bubble. Oh, but you know what? I got my bubble.
Whoa! That was something.
It's not based on Miles' skin color, it's based on his costume. Okay, but like... Is that how people are really gonna read that? And also, I'm pretty sure that Miles' costume design is in some part inspired by the fact that he is a black Spider-Man. So I don't like the idea of just calling him Black Spider. I don't think that works very well. Fallen Gemini says Miles Morales doesn't need a new superhero name. No one complains about the various Green Lanterns having the same. Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's totally fine calling him Spider-Man. Now, like, I think if Miles Morales had started out in the main Marvel Comics universe, he probably would have been given a different name. But the fact that he was created for the Ultimates imprint after they had killed off Peter Parker, meant that he was the new Spider-Man for the Ultimates universe, and that's why he is called Spider-Man. And so even as he moved over to the main Marvel Comics universe, so they're like, well, his name has been Spider-Man this entire time. We're not going to lose that now. It is, but yeah, and I think probably Green Lantern is a good example of that because, yeah, you have a ton of Green Lanterns. Like, it's the Green Lantern Corps, and so typically when we're talking about Green Lantern, we don't like, if we're talking about a character who's a Green Lantern, we never even call him Green Lantern. Like, you know, the person that you would probably be most likely to be referring to when you say Green Lantern is Hal Jordan, but even then, when people are talking about Hal Jordan, they're usually saying Hal Jordan. Yeah, I just think, I think in general, for superheroes, it's usually easier just to refer to them by their secret identity name. But, you know, it depends. It's kind of like, I don't know, it seems like there are different instances where you're talking about, like, if you might just be talking in broad strokes about the character, you might just, you might be talking, like, if you're just talking about the history of Superman, you're calling him Superman. You aren't calling him Kal-El or Clark Kent. You're talking about Superman. But there have also been different characters with the name Superman at this point, because Jonathan Kent is Superman now, right? That's Clark's son. So, yeah. So in that case, it makes more sense to refer to the specific, like Kal-El or Clark or whatnot. I really do think, though, like, for Superman, it's a different case because there's so much work with him that Clark Kent is actually, like the way that he played Clark Kent has been for a long time treated as a separate character from Superman, because he's built up the secret identity of he's built up this persona of what a human should be in Clark Kent, so that nobody assumes that Clark Kent is Superman. Right, the mild-mannered reporter. They, like, what was it? Kill Bill even commented on this, where Bill had this whole rant about how Clark Kent is how Superman perceives us weak humans. Oops. I need you to go back over. Oops. Okay, good save. I could have gone a lot further down.
Focus. Take a breath.
Oh no. Oh, good recovery there. Oh no. No. Oof. Good recovery. Oh no. I don't like this power up. No. I went back up. Oh my god. I'm just not good at this part. Okay, just wait here. There we go. In DC, they're usually associated with the version of Earth they're from, like Bizarro Batman or Superman Prime. Yeah, that makes sense. feel like Jessica Cruz has been getting a lot more. Who's Jessica Cruz? I'm not familiar with that character.
Here we go.
You're in the camp that Clark Kent is the real Superman persona and Superman is what others think Clark is 24/7. For Batman, it's obvious that Batman is the real persona and Bruce Wayne is the disguise. Yes. It depends on the writer for Superman whether Clark Kent is the persona or Superman is the persona. For a long time in the comics, Superman was a real person and Clark Kent was the persona. But after Crisis on Infinite Earths in the 80s, when they did like a full canon reset basically for all of the DC comics, they decided that Clark Kent was not going to be the mild-mannered reporter anymore, but he was going to have a lot more of an assertive character, and they decided that Superman was what he does. It's the persona that he puts on to, you know, fight crime and be an inspiration to others, but Clark Kent is who he is. And honestly, I think that makes more sense, because he would have been raised... He was raised by the Kents. He wasn't raised by Jor-El. So he would have far more of an association with his, you know, human upbringing than he would with his alien heritage. Jessica Cruz is the new Green Lantern. Okay. Yeah, I don't really follow a lot of DC comics these days, so I don't know all of the details of who's doing what. I want to do this one.
It's peach time.
It's peach time. That's cute that she says that. Oh, I want to change my badge. In fact, we're doing this one. Nope, nope. We're doing this one. Yes. Let's try it.
What's with all the ice blood?
Oh no. Oh no, I got hit.
You can do it.
Oops. There probably was a way that I could have run off the edge there to get that thing, but...
You can do it. You can do it.
Oh no! I was trying to jump, but I guess I missed the coyote time there.
You can do it.
There we go.
Way to go.
I knew there was a way to do it. Oops. Well, never mind for that. You always wanted to be like Peach when you were growing up? Was that before you knew you were trans, or was that, you know, the character design in this game is adorable as fuck? Yeah. No, this is a really cute, whimsical game. I really, really like what Nintendo did with this one.
Here we go.
Said yellow, so it was one of those little hints where looking back, you're like, oh yeah, huh, I did really identify with the princess in that video game. I actually don't know that this was the right badge to wear for this level. Ooh. Hang on. Excuse me. Hey.
Quicker, careful. What'll it be?
Son of a bitch. There we go.
Nice.
Anytime you had a choice in characters, you always pick Peach or Daisy.
Amazing.
Do I think the time travel in Endgame made sense? Yes. Because it's it is the method of time travel that I think makes the most sense if time travel were to exist in the real world. Is that it would be the yeah, I don't think the Jet Run badge is the right badge for this one. Would you? Yeah. Oh my god, I am trying to hit a box. There we go. Okay, it was a 1-up. Now I know. Oh, that almost killed me. And I want to get up here. There we go. You've learned to like AI when you found out that there's Toad covers of any song you can think of. Yeah, like, I think, like I've often said, you don't hate AI, you hate capitalism. I think there's a lot of really cool things that AI can give us, but there's a lot of ethical things that really needs to be worked out there, and I don't know that we can ever really work out an ethical framework of using AI so long as we're living under capitalism. Okay, now this one, oops, there we go. I need to change the badge for this one because there is no chance in hell I'm going to be beating this one with the Jet Run badge. The issue with AI in its current form is lack of consent, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. And run, 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 run. There we go. Do I think Deadpool will interact with Jennifer Walters? You mean She-Hulk? Yeah, 100%. That'll definitely happen. It'll probably happen in Secret Wars. But yeah, they're the two fourth wall breaking characters. They'll be in Secret Wars. They'll break with the fourth wall together. 100%. I don't think Deadpool is going to be in Kang Dynasty, but I do think he's going to be in Secret Wars. I think everyone's going to be in Secret Wars. Oops. Well, I got the checkpoint.
All right, this way.
Yeah!
All right, this way.
Woohoo!
Oh my god. Alright, I'm done. Like, get it. Who do I think does the fourth wall breaking better, Deadpool or She-Hulk? I would say, in terms of where we've seen it in the films, I would say Deadpool probably. But that's also because, like, he got to it first in the films.
Great.
And also, I think the She-Hulk show was not the best. Okay. How do I get the right amount of distance? There we go. Now I got flagpole top. How will Secret War make sense without some key characters? Well, Secret War as it played out in the comics is irrelevant to how it will play out in the film, right? They're just going to take the basic premise of putting everyone on Battle World. But the key figures of who did what in the comics, that doesn't matter to the movie. They can do whatever they want with it. It's really just an excuse to get all the characters in all the different versions of Marvel cinema together for like one big final, you know, team up, right? So don't get too hung up on, wait, but that's not how it happened in the comics, because they don't care. They're not going to do it that way. Do I think She-Hulk is the most unlikable protagonist in the MCU? I mean, that kind of depends on, like, who you're asking, right? Do I think overall she's the least liked? No, I would say probably Captain Marvel overall is the least liked, at least if you're going by the annoying man babies in the Phantom Menace. I would say Carol Danvers or She-Hulk are probably the most actively disliked. Again, mostly because of the Phantom Menace types. But, you know, you also have to consider in terms of least liked, well, what about, like, characters that aren't liked because nobody cares about them? Like, they don't get active hate, they just are kind of meh and everyone forgot about them. Because, like, I would say in that regard, the entire cast of the Eternals is the least liked in the MCU because nobody saw that movie, nobody cares about that movie. He said, fair enough, but Fantastic Four and Tony are kind of essentially, you don't know, feels weird. Like I said, just because Tony Stark had, and I don't even remember, what did Tony Stark do in Secret War? Like, how was he essential to that plot? Because it's been forever since I read that. And again, like, that comic was written in the 80s just to sell more toys. And actually, as I remember in Secret Wars, wasn't Rhodey Iron Man at that point? Like, because, like, I think Spider-Man had seen, Iron Man's arm off, and he noticed, oh, wait, Tony's not black, so you're not Tony. But, like, he was still, it was like a secret that Rhodey was Iron Man at that point. Why weren't the Eternals in Endgame? Well, the easy answer is because they were still developing that project when they filmed Endgame. But then, yeah, I don't think they should have done... no, actually, hang on. Do I have the right... What is my badge? Oh, parachute cap badge. That's fine.
Oh, no!
Ouch.
Well, hi there. Going up or going down?
Going there. Yeah. Okay, that is just another coin. Oh no, I lost my elephant.
You're in great shape.
It's interesting that of all of the Wonderflower unique forms, I think this is the only one that you literally only play as once.
Fit right in,
Like,
right?
every other version has at least 2 different levels that you play it as, but this is the only time you play as this cloud block. I don't even know what you would call it. Oh no, you're killing me. I was trying to get you off, but it killed me instead. Apparently Vulture will be in Spider-Man 4 somehow. Yeah, well, like, honestly, I think the best way that they could have Vulture be in Spider-Man 4 is just to completely ignore Morbius as a movie entirely. Just pretend that that end credit scene didn't happen at all. Okay. So if I stay here... There. No! Holy shit. Okay. I don't know why. I've never had this problem with this one before. I don't know why I'm having problems now. Why did Morbius fail? Because it was just a cynical, like there was no actual, like, artistic intent behind it. They were just like, we have this character that is tied to Spider-Man, so let's make a movie of it so that we can make more Spider-Man movies. Okay. I just stay there then. Alright. Got it solved now.
Nice job. You did great back there. This is kind of fun.
She became a cake out of nowhere and gotta love Nintendo. Oh yeah.
Well, that was something.
There we go. They could make the Vulture and Morbius be from another universe. Yeah, it could be a universe, like, parallel to the MCU. So, like, he got brought over from the universe that was, like, one universe over from the MCU, where almost everything is the same, except that in the MCU timeline, Vulture didn't get pulled over. Like, that's the one difference. Especially because, like, universes branch every time there's a change in the timeline. The change in that timeline is that Vulture got pulled out of it. I really hate how long it takes to introduce the airship levels. Like, just give it to me. Give me a button to skip the animation so that I can go in there and play it. We need a Snyder cut of Morbius. You know, with all of the memes that were made around Morbius, I watched the movie, and unfortunately, it's not like one of those movies where it's so bad it's good. Like, if it had been that would have been fine. I would have been totally okay with all of the silly memes. But unfortunately, I watched the movie, and it's not so bad that it's good. It's just very blandly bad. Like, all of the memes were just because it was so stupid and such an obviously cynical corporate cash grab, like, that nobody, you know, was, like, treating it seriously. But it got memed so hard, Sony thought that they might be able to do, like, like how The Room was turned, because, like, Tommy Wiseau thought The Room was going to be, like, a serious film, but it was Tommy Wiseau doing it, and everyone thought it was hilarious, and he just ended up embracing it as the awful but entertaining film that it is. But yeah, you're like, it's boring and Jared Leto's an asshole. Yeah, exactly. So I would really hope that they just kind of forget that they ever made a movie called Morbius. And they could have done, like, more silly things with that movie, too, because, like, you know, they tried to go for a couple of jokes in the movie, but, like, honestly, you could have made a joke about, like, how Morbius appeared in the Spider-Man 90s show. He had it because there was, like, all these rules about what they were and weren't allowed to show and talk about in a kid's cartoon. And so the version of Morbius they had in the cartoon there, he didn't suck blood. Instead, he sucked plasma. And he didn't do that with fangs. Instead, he had little suckers on his hands. And if they had done like a joking reference to that at some point, I think that would have been good. But they didn't even do that. It was just a very boring movie. Do I think Venom will ever get the white spider logo on his chest? So I think I can see one way that would happen, and that would have to be when Venom and Spider-Man meet, Venom leaves Eddie for Spider-Man. Like, that would have to be, if you're having those characters meet up, you have to have a moment where Peter gets the Venom symbiote. At that point, then Venom can take on the Spider-Man, the spider logo on his chest when he goes back to Eddie. Particularly because when the Venom symbiote joined with Peter, he absorbed Peter's powers. So if you had Venom join with Peter and then go back to Eddie, well, the Eddie Venom would be beefed up from that. He would have not just have the regular Venom powers, he would also have Spider-Man's powers. Imagine if in the Sony Spider-Man universe, Peter never takes off his mask. Well, the Sony Spider-Man universe is like, it's not even like I don't think Thanos exists in that universe, you know? Like that's a completely different universe too. We don't even know which Spider-Man is the Spider-Man in the Sony Spider-Man universe. Like, I've seen some people suggest that they could just bring back Andrew Garfield and do more of that, because a lot of people really liked Andrew Garfield's performance. And so, you know, maybe they do an Amazing Spider-Man 3 and tie him into it, or they might do a thing with, you know, Tom Holland's Spider-Man 4 where they bring him into the Sony. I don't know what they're gonna do with it.
This place is intense.
Why can't it just have it be a new... I mean, it could be a new actor too. They could do that. And it's not like you can't have multiple Spider-Man going around. Like, we have multiple Batman, right? Because, like, what's his face? Edward from Twilight, Robert Pattinson. Because he is Batman, but he's not the main DCU Batman. Actually, I don't even think they've cast him yet, but like he was Batman while they were still having, you know, Ben Affleck as Batman. So, you know, there is precedent. You can have multiple versions of a character, especially in this era where everything is multiverse. Could also make that version of Spider-Man a depressed loser. I mean, isn't Spider-Man usually a depressed loser? Ow. Dang it. Oh, hey, Sai. Yeah, don't pass out on the floor. That's not the most comfortable place to pass out. You should pass out in bed or on a couch or something, you know? Something that's more comfy. Floors are designed for your feet to be on, so they're not too squishy, otherwise you might trip. So, don't sleep on them. Remember that time when Spider-Man was voiced by Drake Bell? Which show was that? The only Spider-Man cartoon I really watched was the 90s one. Oh no. I misjudged it. Ultimate Spider-Man? Gotcha. The only kind of floor we should be touching with our hands is grass. Yes, touching grass is important. Although, like, I would say touching grass, like, in a, you know, a metaphorical, you should go out and, like, live in the real world and stuff like that and experience, you know, real human things. But in terms of touching actual physical grass itself, I don't really like grass lawns, right? Like my lawn isn't grass. My lawn is clover. It takes much less water to maintain. It doesn't grow as tall as grass does, so it doesn't need to be mowed that often. It's nice. Also, it means that the bumblebees are happy every time the clovers are in bloom. And I like the bumblebees. We get bumblebees a lot in my area, and every time I see them, they make me happy. Bumblebees are just cute. Did I ever watch Watchmen? Yep, I have read the original comic, I have seen the Zack Snyder movie, and I've seen the TV show. I've seen it all. I really liked the series. I thought that I think the ending of the series was a little lackluster based on the buildup of the show, but I felt this show overall felt like a worthy sequel to the comic. The TV show was so disappointing. You think so? Like I said, I didn't like the finale as much, but I did like a lot of the world building that they did in it. I'm a sucker for alternate universes, so. Bumblebees are super adorable, especially with that big old booty and wide body. They just look super happy and friendly to me. Yeah, I just assume they're just, they're just dumb little happy guys who are just getting the pollens. And they're soft, and like they'll let you pet them. Just be gentle about it, and you can just pet them as they're gathering pollen. They won't be too bothered by it. Is Watchmen like The Boys? In a specific sense, in that it's trying to take a cynical analysis of how superheroes would exist in the real world. But unlike The Boys, in Watchmen, they're not like there's only one person who actually has superpowers, and that's Dr. Manhattan, whereas everybody else is just vigilantes. And so it's just more about examining the kind of, fascistic qualities that would drive somebody to be a masked vigilante in the first place, and the socio-political implications of having a god in Dr. Manhattan, and also just the uses of vigilantes in terms of the kinds of crime that were being fought. Oh, actually, hang on, I need to change the badge. Yeah. It's more satire versus hyperbole. Well, no, I wouldn't say Watchmen is either satire or hyperbole. I would say Watchmen is a deconstruction of the superhero mythos, in a similar way that The Boys is a deconstruction, but The Boys very much is like a satirical hyperbole. I would say that The Boys probably relates far more closely to Invincible, in that both of them are like... Well, actually, no, I guess in that case, because Invincible and Watchmen are both deconstructions as well. I would say that the main ways in which Watchmen and The Boys are more similar to each other than to Invincible is that Watchmen does take a very pessimistic view of the idea of a superhero even existing. Whereas in Invincible, while it does have a deconstruction of how the world would be with superheroes, it still fundamentally is written from a place of love for superheroes. Like Robert Kirkman loves superheroes. Whereas Garth Ennis, who wrote The Boys, hates superheroes, and that really shows in his writing. Now, obviously, Garth Ennis wrote the comic The Boys, which I've read a bit of, and it's actually really not that good. Garth Ennis has definitely written better stuff than The Boys. I think the show is superior to the book. But yeah, it's still... The Boys is definitely far more cynical than Invincible, but it's also, I think, just more generally misanthropic than Watchmen is. Didn't Garth Ennis make a comic where the Punisher killed the Marvel Universe? I don't know if that was Garth Ennis that wrote that one, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was him. I know about Punisher kills the Marvel Universe. I'm aware of that comic. I haven't read it, but I've seen summaries of it. Yeah, if that was Garth Ennis, that wouldn't surprise me. That sounds like the kind of thing that he would have done. Garth Ennis is too edgy for most to be taken seriously, unfortunately. Yeah, honestly, my favorite thing that Garth Ennis has wrote that I've read is Dangerous Habits, which was his first story on Hellraiser, or Hellblazer, I should say. Hellraiser was a horror franchise. Yeah, no, Hellblazer, which was John Constantine's comic title. And that story, the Dangerous Habits, is so good that I want to see them just adapt it for a movie. Now, they did adapt parts of it for the Constantine movie. But they like had, they changed it around a bit. I wasn't the biggest fan of the Constantine movie. For starters, like, I didn't like that they made him not British, that they were like tailoring it more toward Keanu Reeves. I don't think Keanu Reeves was the right choice for that movie. Nothing against Keanu Reeves. I like him. I just don't think he's Constantine. I don't think that worked out well. Like, I am Matt. Was it Matt Ryan is the guy who plays him in the TV show? God, that guy can play John Constantine forever. He's so good. Son of a bitch. How dare you? I got it and you immediately robbed me of it. I realize I have a dolphin kick badge here, which is not that useful. Are you going to give me the power-up that I want? Yes. Thank you. Oh, don't you rob that from me, son of a bitch.
Bet that water's taking.
Okay. Do I think the boys comic is overly cruel? Yeah. I think I've read about 5 or 6 issues of it. I haven't read the whole thing. Son of a bitch. No. Wait, I bet I can make you. Got it. Saved. But yeah, I think Garth Ennis is just generally a very misanthropic, pessimistic writer. Which I think is fine in certain doses. I think it's really well suited to characters like John Constantine. I still think he's probably one of the best writers of that character. But yeah, I think Garth Ennis tends to end up a little too, like, 3edgy me. I haven't read Preacher, but I did... Oh, hang on. Come on, controller. There we go. Oops. Why hasn't Garth Ennis ever been sued? I mean, I don't know. Has he never been sued? What would he be sued for? I don't know his life. I don't know his legal issues. Why are you asking? Why hasn't he been sued? What do you think he should be sued over? Preacher's his best work? Yeah, I really liked the show Preacher. I never finished it. I need to go back and finish it, but I really liked that show. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, wait, actually, this is the right badge for this. I was like, oh, I didn't change the badge, but actually ends up being all right for this one. You think of him just making Bolton copies of well-known superheroes? Well, that's fine. Like everybody makes thinly veiled copies of superheroes, and like if you tried to like go after every single person who is copying Superman, like how many characters out there literally just have Superman's power set? Like, oop. Oh, I get. Oh no, this is a badge challenge. That's why I changed my badge.
Go for it. Crouch, then jump.
And also, like, considering that The Boys is, you know, like a satire of just superhero fiction in general, having the Seven just be the Justice League, it's totally fine.
Last jump.
No, son of a bitch.
Last jump.
I will get you. There we go. But yeah, like, Watchmen was actually done in kind of a similar way because Alan Moore wanted to use the Charleston Comics characters that DC had just acquired. But they had other plans for those characters, and so they told him he couldn't use them, so instead he just created ersatz copies of all the Charleston Comics characters. Now, for his case, since he was still writing it for DC, there's, you know, they don't even need to really to go into the considerations there since DC held the rights to all those characters anyway. What message DC would pass if they sued him? Yeah, that's Superman, all right. Yeah, no. Like, there's, at this point, I would say there is, considering that, like, the current protections that we have for parody actually really came about because Mad Magazine did a parody Superman issue. DC sued Mad Magazine for having an issue where they did a satirical Superman in it. Like, they called him Superman, even though, you know, it was obviously just, it was a Mad Magazine style parody, you know, back when they were first doing those. DC sued them, and they won because it was ruled, you know, parody was ruled as fair use. And that actually kind of set the stage for, you know, our modern understanding of, you know, what qualifies as fair use. Like, that was a pretty fundamental, foundational case in fair use protections. Come on back. You saw a parody movie of the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie starring Drake Bell? Huh. I did not know about that.
The fireworks were so good. I hope they happen again.
What is my bad? Okay, I'm parachute cap. Drake Bell is a parody of a human being. Valhalla video, you're getting boss rage. Are you mad at your actual IRL boss, or are you mad because you keep getting stomped in Dark Souls? Or Elden Ring, or whichever Souls-like you're playing.
Yahoo! Haruru! Ha!
So metaphorically, if you want to make a parody movie, you have to put in comedic moments and you can't make a serious movie. Yes, if you were to just make a movie in which you literally just have Superman be Superman doing Superman things, and you call him Superman and you use all of that stuff, and it's not like done with comedic intent, yes, that would not be fair use. That would not be parody. Your dad gave you a sandwich and then told you to go to bed? Well, sounds like you probably need the sandwich and some sleep then, huh? Especially if you passed out on the floor.
They bring good luck.
You'll stick to writing stories and drawing comics on paper. Well, I mean, that's like, you know, that's where most people are gonna end up. Like, it takes a lot of work to write something for like movies. You know, movies are an expensive thing to make. Not everyone can just make a superhero movie, but pretty much anyone can write a superhero story. Writing is free. You just, you know, have to set aside time and have the put in the work to write it. And, you know, with comics, you know, you got to learn to draw and stuff, but yeah, that stuff that is accessible to everyone in theory. All right.
It's peach time! Haru! Ah, haruru! Ha!
Off you go!
There's just one aspect of writing these zip lines that Stream can't really capture. And it's that I'm getting a little bit of... There's like a little... Oh, shit. I missed that thing. Okay, well, at least I can get the, all of the 10 coins. But I did forget to jump at the right point for that. But yeah, there's a little speaker in my controller that's playing a little like arpeggio as I'm riding that zip line that I don't think my microphone is picking up. So it's just a part of the game experience that streaming doesn't really capture. But it's going like a boing, 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 boing noise.
See you later.
Oops. Looks like you passed out right before a tipster raid. Yep, got a tipster raid.
Oh.
Okay, let's do this one again and not miss the Wonder Flower. The level structure has a Celeste-like feeling. I can see where you would say that, but this level really is just kind of a... It kind of plays itself for the most part. You just have to time your jumps right.
Off you go!
There we go. Do I consider Vision Tony's son? I guess in some regard, sure.
Go, 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 go! Excellent.
So that would make Billy and Tommy Tony's grandchildren? Yeah, I guess that would. Although, actually, no. Because Billy and Tommy weren't the children of Vision, because the Vision that we saw in WandaVision wasn't a real Vision. He was a projection of Wanda's own power. And so she just magically created, Billy and Tommy as well. So, like, those are just her kids. Now, maybe the parallel universe that she went to, where Billy and Tommy were real kids, I don't know, maybe Vision is their dad in that timeline? Who knows?
Bravo!
But no, I would not really consider Tony to be their grandfather, no. Especially, like, as Vision, once he was Vision, he really didn't do much interacting with Tony. Which seems odd because, Tony and Jarvis for a long time just had such a, like Jarvis, Tony was the only person Jarvis was talking to. But once he was Vision, he really did not interact with Tony after that. So it's kind of hard to call him, like, Tony's son, because they, like, maybe on paper, sure, he's a son because he created him, but, like, Tony really doesn't have that kind of a relationship with Vision. And Tony really didn't have that much of a relationship with Jarvis either. Like, Jarvis, he always really treated Jarvis as a tool. He never really treated Jarvis as, like, an independent, sentient being or anything. Do I think Friday died with Tony in Endgame? Well, Friday is running off of Stark servers. Because when Tony went off into space in Infinity War, and Friday goes, "We're losing her, boss. I'm going too." Because Friday is not actually contained in Tony's suit. Friday is running off of a Stark Industries server farm. So no, she didn't die when Tony died, but they might have retired her program. Like, I don't think we're going to see Friday again. Okay. Now that I'm at this point, I'm going to be playing a bunch of Pedal Isles because I want my spin jump, damn it. I want my boost spin jump. No, I got hit. I did not want to get hit. How dare you hit me? I am a gay fish. That is homophobic of you to hit me. Gimme. Come on, hit. Over here. Couldn't War Machine use Friday? Yeah, he could. I don't think he will, though. We never really see War Machine interacting with an AI in his suit. Now, that may change in Armor Wars, because War Machine's going to be the main character in Armor Wars, but I imagine he's probably not going to have a suit AI. What do I think of Tony and Peter's father and son relationship? I liked it. It was actually pretty reflective of how they of the relationship in the comics. Like I would say in the comics, he's probably more of like, you know, a mentor than a direct father figure, right? Like Ben Parker is obviously the father figure for Peter Parker in the comics. Although we don't really get a Ben Parker in the MCU. There's like vague hints that he existed, but he obviously wasn't the inspiration for Peter to, you know, do the with great power comes great responsibility thing. But yeah, actually, I liked... Honestly, I would have liked to see more of the relationship. Obviously, Tony does play it as kind of like a distant father kind of a thing, because he's not really good at it. Yeah. I guess the most we really got to see them interact was in Infinity War. Because that's when they're actually, like, hanging out together for a big chunk of it. Ryoma says, is calling Vision Jarvis dead naming him? No, because Jarvis is a different person. Jarvis's framework was used to build Vision, but Jarvis is not the only part of Vision that went into it. Vision, in addition to Jarvis, also has Tony and Bruce's personality matrix is in there, as well as Ultron. So, because remember, like, Ultron was like 50% complete with the personality transfer to the Vision suit. So yeah, there is still quite a bit of Ultron in him. The good parts, you know. Probably not the genocidal parts. What do I think is Iron Man's most iconic suit? It's probably got to be the Mark III. I really like the Mark III. I think that's the problem that a lot of Tony's suits, like once they started doing the nanotech stuff, like even with like Iron Man 3, where he started having the modular suit that would fly to him in pieces. From there, it really stopped feeling like it was an actual physical thing and just felt like a special effect. Because, you know, that's kind of how they were doing it. In the first Iron Man, like, they actually built a proper torso for him to wear. Versus later installments, he's literally just wearing, you know, mocap, and they CGI the entire suit on around him, and it just doesn't feel as physically present. And also, I think the sound design in for later suits just was lacking as well. Like, you watch Iron Man, you watch the first Iron Man, and like you hear the suit. Like you really hear and feel the weight and the metal in his suit, and I don't think like later installments in the MCU with Iron Man really capture that. I really think the Iron Man 1 Mark III, I think that's his best suit. See people do really good cosplay of Iron Man. Oh yeah, I've seen some amazing Iron Man cosplays. What do I think happens to marks 51 through 84? I don't know. Tony just kind of he made those while you weren't looking. Are all of the Spider-Man suits CGI in the MCU? Yes. Yes, they're all CGI. They did make, like, well, actually, I think there might be some stuff for when they filmed Homecoming that it wasn't a CGI suit, but they still used CGI to, like, smooth it out. And I know, like, they had a spider suit that they were filming for Civil War, but they completely replaced it with the design that they went with for the Homecoming suit. But that's kind of like the case with really a lot of the superhero suits in the MCU, is even if there is like a physical suit that they made on set, they're usually going to just use that as like a reference suit, and then they just replace it with the CGI one once they have finalized their design requirements, because the way that the MCU movies are made, it's very much a you know, a fix it in post, we're making it up as we go along kind of a thing. And you know, that one kind of worked, that method worked out pretty well for the first Iron Man. Like, when they were filming Iron Man, they really didn't even have a completed script. And that's why it has that just good improvisational tone, which, like, you know, it definitely helps that they had good improv actors on set, who were able to, you know, give good material from that. Like, Robert Downey Jr. was so well cast as Tony. But as a result of the MCU being like, okay, well, we'll figure out the movie as we go along, you know, that's not always going to work out. Oh. Oh, I thought the shell was going to grab that coin. I guess not. Vosh went on a rant about how he doesn't like the nanosuits because they all materials from thin air. Yeah, I'm there with him. I really hate that shit. One thing that I really hate is like, you know, just the vanishing helmet kind of a thing, you know, like Star-Lord has, or like basically every superhero has now, where every single time they have to deliver a line of dialogue, their helmet just disappears into their neck so that the actor can get more face time. I hate that shit. And I'm backtracking now because doing the Goomba is a lot easier if I clear out all of those big guys beforehand.
Don't let him see you.
Chadwick's Black Panther suit in the MCU movies was partially replaced with CGI in post. They struck down the helmet by 30%, you think? Hey, come on, man. Come here. There you go. Yeah, there's a lot of just, like, they iterate on the suit design all the way through to post-production. That's why one thing that I noticed when I was going over the SAG-AFTRA deal is that in terms of the stuff that's exempt from needing consent for AI replacement, one thing that was explicitly mentioned was wardrobe. And I saw that, I don't know, I was like, that was Bob Iger specifically who made sure that that one was protected, that they didn't need to get consent on that one, because so much wardrobe replacement is done in Marvel movies. They don't want to have to get somebody to sign off on every single time they change somebody's costume. Having Spider-Man powers would be kind of scary. Having most superpowers would be kind of scary. Like, I know, I remember Vosh was talking about, like, this kind of, like, world that he was imagining where superpowers exist, and it ends up just meaning, like, the breakdown of society. Because, like, if you've got, like, a Superman, there's no holding Superman to the laws of humanity. Like, the society just wouldn't function in the same way, right? And if you had enough super people, like, they would just end up becoming, like, rival warlords. You mean shrunk? Yeah, I figured you meant shrunk, not struck, but yeah. Literally My Hero Academia. I have not seen My Hero Academia, so I don't really know the plot there. Yes, I want to wear this badge. This is a good badge. And now, Muncher Fields. I knew you existed.
Hey, there's someone back there. Look at him go.
How do I get up there? There we go. That's how I get that one. You think Gen V shows how scary having superpowers can be, especially when a lot of them are dangerous? I need to watch Gen V. I really like The Boys, so I need to watch Gen V. I've heard it's good. I think Demon Mom and I were gonna probably watch it together. I go down here in these pipes? No? Okay. Give me invincibility.
Have a nice ride.
The idea behind Dr. Manhattan was close, but in a more existential way. The more powerful he got, the less human he would feel, and eventually ceases to care. Yeah. Oh, I did not get... There we go. Oh. There we go. La la. Am I gonna play Mario RPG? Maybe. I know a lot of people seem excited by it, but I never played the original. Like, Nintendo makes good Mario games. It's not like I'm opposed to playing it. I just don't have like a deep burning desire to play it, you know?
It's time. Ooh.
All guests are required. Help! Help!
I'm trying to think, have I played as Mario on stream? I feel like I've played like basically everyone else, so I don't think I've done a Mario run on stream. Maybe I have.
It's time.
I swear this place was literally only made so that, like, New Game Plus people have a quick way to get whatever power-up they need. Because you can go in, grab the power-up, and then walk back out. Actually, I think I do need to swap over. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yo, Goth Peach. Mario RPG similar to the Mario and Luigi RPGs on the GBA, except more Final Fantasy. Well, I never played any of that stuff, so I never had a Game Boy Advance. I had a DS Lite. Let's continue on down. Oh, I missed your question from a couple minutes ago, Axel. If I had to choose one of the Infinity Stones, which one would I pick? Probably the Time Stone. Yeah, one of my... Whenever I fantasize about which powers I have, one idea that I have for like a power that I'd like to have is like basically being able to save scum IRL. That would be a really cool superpower. So the time, that's like the kind of thing that, oops, shit, I almost got hurt here, and I know there is a coin up here. So yeah, I guess I would pick the Time Stone out of the Infinity Stones. You think you heard that the plot of Deadpool 3 will be about Wade's and Logan's timeline getting erased and they have to go to the MCU to avoid getting erased? It could be something like that. I genuinely have no idea what they ultimately have planned for it. I do hope that they basically reshoot everything that they filmed during the writer's strike, because since Ryan Reynolds was a writer on the script during the writer's strike while they were filming, that meant that he could not do any writing duties, which means that he could not do improv. In a Deadpool movie without improv, I don't think it's going to have the same feel to it, you know? So I just hope they reshoot all of the stuff that they filmed during the writer's strike.
Oh, yay! Here we go!
Remember when Deadpool killed Green Lantern? I don't remember that. I don't think I read that one. Oh, wait. Yes, yes. At the end of Deadpool 2, when he didn't kill Green Lantern. No, he killed Ryan Reynolds. He killed Ryan Reynolds to prevent Ryan Reynolds from agreeing to do Green Lantern. Son of a bitch. Oops. Son of a bitch. Alright, come on back up. There we go.
Impressive.
That's probably the closest thing we'll get to a DC Marvel crossover movie. Yeah. I don't see a DC Marvel crossover movie ever happening. I can't imagine they would ever be able to negotiate the rights and the character sharing for that. I would love to see it. I'm sure the creatives would all be on board. Like, Kevin Feige and James Gunn would absolutely love to collab on a Marvel versus DC movie, okay? I know they would love to do that. But the rights for that, oh my god. Like, they would not be the one negotiating the rights for that. Like, there's all sorts of attorneys and people above their pay grade, and like, no, it would never happen. Hearing normal words in a Mario game is kind of uncanny. Yeah, the flowers, the talking flowers, they really should have given them a more cartoony voice. It feels weird that they just have like they just talk like normal people. It makes it stand out more. Almost got crunched there.
Dead end here.
Oh, that's right. We go here. Oh. Do I remember when Quicksilver saved a bunch of people from an explosion? Yep, I have seen. Was that Apocalypse? I feel like that was Apocalypse, or whatever that movie was called. I think that was called X-Men Apocalypse. It's been forever since I saw it. Seeing him again in WandaVision was pretty cool. Yeah, except I feel like they squandered it by having it end up not even meaning anything. He was just like, he just happens to be a dude who looked like Quicksilver from the X-Men movies. Like his appearance there as the alternate Quicksilver was literally just a meta reference. Like it didn't actually bear any meaning in the text of the show. Like there was no, it wasn't like a multiverse crossover thing. Yeah, I didn't like it. Yeah, it was just fan service, but it made you go, yo. Yeah, it made everyone go, yo. I freaked the fuck out when it happened.
Go for it.
Oop. I feel like, though, like, when he ended up not actually meaning anything when he showed up, that was kind of my first hint that, like, post-Endgame, they really had no idea where they were going. You think having Wolverine claws will be very painful to have? It's crazy to me that he has like those claws. Those aren't like they weren't added as steel claws. Like he had the bone claws underneath them. So like he evolved to have bone claws, but he didn't evolve like a natural exit point for them. So they do tissue damage every single time they come out. They hurt every single time they come out. They cut through him when he pops them out. It's just that he also happens to have an evolution, a mutation that, you know, lets him heal from that easily. But just imagine he didn't have the healing factor. Imagine he just had bone claws that rip through his hands every time he pops them out. Like, that's not a good deal.
What you doing in a place like this?
Come on. There we go. Oh, is there something up here that I want to get to? Can I get up here? Yes. Yes. Oh, maybe that was just... For some reason I thought there might be a alternate exit that required me to have this, but no. Just a little hidden thing. Okay. No. Shut up, dude. Yeah, I know. I should come in here with the dolphin badge just to see if the dolphin badge gives me the swim boost while I'm swimming in lava. Oh my god, they call for your Tsunami all over again. Hey, listen! Okay, I want you to go back up because there is a thing that I must bubble. There we go. No, okay, I did. I got everything here. Oops. Yeah, the flowers are my least favorite part about this game. If they gave the flowers a more cartoony voice, they would be far less annoying. but the fact that they just talk like a normal person makes them more annoying.
Here we go.
If I had the save scum superpower, would I use it to gain money, stocks, lotto? Yeah, no, I would
We entrust it
I would
to you.
win the lottery with it. Yeah, that's like easy way to make money. Easy and legit way to make money. Like there's no way for them to be like, "Oh, you stole money." No, I just time traveled and then I got the right money. Nobody would even know that I time traveled to do it. Makes him kind of creepy. It's so off the whole cute atmosphere. Yeah, it's a very tonally dissonant thing. Honestly, the way they talk, it really feels like they're there for like the younger people playing the game, like to give them encouragement and hints. They're less suited toward the older player base. They're like, if your 6-year-old kid is playing the game, you know? Do I consider Doctor Strange's cloak its own character? In the MCU, yes. Yes. He reminds me a lot of Carpet from Aladdin. It feels like that's where they were that was the inspiration that they got for him. He plays very similar to Carpet. Oh, damn it. I think what I really need to do is, like, get that guy after... I need to grab one of those from the other side and just toss it back at the, Does Peter have the power to become a planet? Peter Quill? No, I would say even when Ego was alive, I don't think Peter had the full abilities that Ego did. And because, like, when Ego died, Peter just became a human. So, yeah, I would say Peter's abilities were... Yeah, he was not the full god that Ego was. There we go. That is indeed how I am supposed to be doing that. Okay. I have been doing that wrong up to this point. I had just been, like, grabbing it and dying. Uh-huh. I just killed all of those fire guys. What's with the bubble? The bubble, this is just a bubble power-up. You can bounce off the bubbles that you launch, and the bubbles can also kill a lot of things that the fire flower can't. But usually, when you see me firing the bubble, it's probably just because I was holding run. Because, you know, same button to fire as it is that you hold to get runs going. Do I think the Star Wars prequels were overhated? When they first came out, yeah, I think they got more backlash than they rightfully deserved. I don't think they're good. But like that was really when we saw the first that was really the first time that we got, like, especially with the internet culture having grown out as it was, that was the first time we saw that kind of a massive toxic fandom growth. I don't think they're good. I don't think I think a lot of the, you know, modern like analysis of the prequels is like, oh, they were so much better than we were thinking. I really think a lot of that was just, I think a lot of that is just kids who grew up playing them or grew up watching them have now become adults, and they're going like, this thing that I grew up watching as a kid, of course it was better than everyone who said it sucked thought, because I'm an adult now and I get to say so. Almost made that. Son of a bitch. That's okay. Because got one right there. I want more water. Here. Give me the water. Come on, where's the... Is it... Yeah, okay. I knew it was somewhere. Remember when people started shipping Carol and Peter because of that one scene in Endgame? Wait, really? People, that's gross. Pete's still a kid in that scene. I had no idea they were doing that. Well, looks like it's just now 10, so I think... Do I have almost enough? I'm going to finish up this zone, and then I think if Demon Mom is still alive, I will probably raid out to her. It looks like she is, so yeah. I'm going to finish out this world, and then... And then we'll call it. Yes, the internet is a weird place. And shipping Carol with Peter, that's like, you know, not even the worst shipping I have heard in the last week, so. But no, in general, I do not think you should be shipping minor characters. I think that is bad. Actually.
This heat is ridiculous.
So who do I think was the first Avenger, Steve or Carol? Obviously it was Steve.
Tiny bit cooler.
Like, Steve was a superhero before Carol Danvers was born. His movie is called The First Avenger. Carol was the first one who had the name Avenger, but Steve's the first Avenger. Here we go.
Let's go.
Got this.
Oh geez, I thought those fires were gonna hit me for a second there. There we go. Too much fire. I don't like the fire. There we go. Oh, son of a bitch. All right. Ow. Rude. Residence Peach or Kirby? Well, yeah. Do I think that Captain America 4, they will say that Steve died of old age? No. No, I don't think they'll do that. I think they are going to leave open the possibility of Steve Rogers coming back, so they're not going to kill him off. They're just not going to really reference what happened to him. They're going to leave that open. I think I should probably do a segment about the Captain America 4 reshoots, because like I did see like some people, like the Quartering was saying that they were reshooting it because people were rejecting a black Captain America, so they're reshooting it to get rid of him as Captain America, which is absurd. I think if there's anything that they're doing reshoots for, there's the character of Sabra, who is I think the first Israeli Marvel superhero, and there's going to, I think they might be doing reshoots to change up her character because in the comics she's a Mossad agent, and given the current Gazan genocide going on, they might be doing reshoots to change her from a Mossad agent to like a CIA agent or something like that. The Quartering is the plague of this generation. Swear to God, yeah. Just that whole like fandom menace ecosystem. Just a bunch of reactionary man babies. That's why I kind of want my channel to be like, getting into media analysis and like film developments and stuff like that, and criticism of like franchises and stuff, but without going into the whole reactionary viewpoint of it. I did my video taking on Star Wars Theory's rant against Star Wars Andor, and just that general view of the ecosystem and who they blame for what and why. So I would like to, I would like my presence on the internet to be an alternative to that kind of fandom menace bullshit. All right. Well, with that out of the way, and that Wonder Seed, or Royal Seed, being used, are you going to give me more dialogue to skip through? Okay. Let's save. And I think that should be it for tonight. I am going to raid us out to Demon Mama. So, stick around and go say hi to Demon Mama for me. And tell her that Fesh sent you. You all have a lovely evening.